rolls in a cold breeze. Steel boots on the sand, no ease. Propellers hum the Soviet quest, but the island ain't weak, not less. She-hot tanks roaring loud and clear. Zombie hula girls, no fear. Tiki terrors rise, eyes ablaze. Soviets drown in the island haze. Island don't surf, island don't win. Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake. Zombie hula girls, hearts won't break. Under moonlight chants they clash. Steel meets flame, bones will thrash. Cold War's heat, the island's grip. Tiki rage will never slip. Drums beat, wild waves take hold. Soviet shiver, hearts turn cold. In the depths of night they fail. Tiki terror's ancient tale. Island don't surf, island don't win. Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake. Zombie hula girls, hearts won't break. Island don't surf, island don't win. Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake. Zombie hula girls, hearts won't break.
Howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. As you can see, we are still working on our Siberian tears, and I've actually included a little bit of terrain, just kind of a sneak peek of some of the terrain I've been kind of accruing for our Clash of the Caribbean event. I actually have two of these. They're kind of like a little bit of a stone, not even a pillbox, just like a stone overlook over a rocky crevice kind of. And like I said, I like it because it works both for bolt action and some of my other games. It's kind of perfect. There'll be two of these on the night landing, the beach assault, so it's kind of cool. You can see a little bit of terrain. Played around with these guys, trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. What I've decided, we tried a little bit of a blue skin last time, and this dries a hell of a lot darker than you think it does, this Frost Heart. So what I'm thinking is we're gonna give them, picture of Sangria Arcade. That sounds great. On my vacation, I went to St. Augustine. I stayed there a couple days. That old former Spanish settlement, they make a mean sangria. It was delicious. I think my wife drank sangrias like all day, like for days. It was nice. I threw in some rum here and there, but yeah, it was mostly sangrias. Every restaurant I went to, they all had their own different, recipe and batch in the back. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with regular flesh tones. And what I decided, because there's 5 of them, is I actually ordered some capes. So I'm gonna give them capes. I'm gonna paint their capes camouflage. And I think that's what I finally settled on. No capes. Alright, let me get these guys ready. Let me grab the other ones I had to rebase. I don't know what's up with Zendari dust. Apparently it's like super hard to find in the pot. I only had it like in the can, so I had to completely take the paint off the other 3 that I did test paints on and then rebase them. So that was fun. So all day long I had to strip their paint and then rebase them. Alright. I am back. Well, these guys all had to be rebased, which is kind of annoying, so we gotta start repainting them, but it's alright. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick another one of these guys and do my full paint build. Just so I know kind of roughly what they're gonna look like. Yeah, RK, I saw you respond to that cool thing. I checked my email when I woke up, and apparently during the time of that cruise, it's going to be a whole huge like Halloween theme thing going on, which I'm like, oh, that's like doubly awesome. So definitely tell you and yours to, if they want to participate, definitely bring a costume. They can't pick one. Well, it's also perfect for like the Konflikt 47 demo games we'll be doing too, you know, because you already have Shrek Wolf and Knockjaeger and all that other kind of stuff. So it's like, oh, it's kind of perfect. Yeah, sure. Send it to me. I'll take a look. I think I know exactly what I'm gonna pack, especially if I've lost enough weight for it. I'm probably gonna, I think there's a giant, like, Tiki costume, like a giant Tiki mask costume. You know, almost like one of those old Scooby-Doo villains that just, like, ran around behind a mask. You know, so I think I'm trying to find something like that. Yeah, they're gonna give them regular flesh tones. They have all the metal stuff on their back. Give them like bright blue piercing eyes, and then give them like flowing camo capes behind them. I like what happened last stream. It sounds kind of silly, but I like painting and failing, because sometimes my ideas for designs I think are pretty decent, but it exceeds my talent. So every now and then I gotta like kind of humble myself, be like, oop, nope, that didn't work. Go back to what you could do, you know. Kind of yank it back a little bit. I'm excited. Hopefully any day now we'll be getting the Imperial Japanese lore tease for the version 2 of Konflikt 47 coming out. Especially in the rules, the one thing I'd like in the rules, if I could get my lunge mines back into Konflikt 47, that would just be absolutely awesome. And just change it to where, you know, they can do that one hit on anything, not just vehicles. So like, imagine one of those big old like German like those heavy infantry. You know, one of those big old fucking power armor guys walks up and just boom, hit it hit it with a lunge mine. Or same thing with the Shrek Wolfen or Nachtjäger, you know? I can just imagine like a big old towering Imperial Japanese walker, you know, and it's got a bunch of lunge mines guys up top, almost like Mad Max, you know, like, witness me, banzai! They'll like literally jump off and just start hitting shit. Be awesome. Luckily this is coming off kind of pink, almost like a sunburn, so it's kind of working pretty well. I'll be happy to finish these guys, but I don't really foresee me playing with Soviets very much. But I'm happy to have some models. You know, if anyone ever wants to try Soviets, I'll have Ursus Infantry, some Siberian Terrors, and some Daughters of the Revolution, or Daughters of the Motherland. Why do I always call them Daughters of the Revolution? the flush on there. Yeah, I think it's just simple flush works. It still makes them 3 colors because he still has the colors of the weapon, the sling, all his little bio enhancements on his back, his eye color. It'll still be at least 3 colors. As I said, we're going to fully paint one of these guys, and then we'll go back and redo the pants and finish the other ones. Nice. I see that picture. I like it. It is super cool. I would just advise, you know, because obviously, you know, luggage, you're bringing stuff on the ship. So yeah, if you can fit it in your luggage, by all means, that's awesome. Nice. That's awesome. One time my wife and I collected enough stuff. I don't really do cosplay or reenactments that much, but we had a really good memory of when we were a little bit younger and stationed in Italy. We went to Carnivale, and when we went, we dressed nice ourselves, you know, decently, just like you would if you lived in Italy. So, you know, like suit pants, nice shirt, vest. You know, she had a dress, and then while we were there, we bought actual capes. Oh, ahead of time, this is the coolest part. Ahead of time, I visited a mask maker locally in my village, which is like 40 minutes outside of Venice, right? So I found someone who makes masks, like a traveling mask maker. So I let him know, like, hey, I want 2 masks. I want them to kind of match, you know. I gave him the designs my wife wanted, and then I gave him the designs I wanted. I still have those masks. So they were custom made for us, which was really cool, like molded to our faces and everything. My mask was cool. Mine was just like a half mask because it had it was so neat. It had a little mine was black with silver trim on the outside, and hers was, I think, yeah, hers was black with silver trim. And then she had like all sorts of like orange kind of stuff on her face, and mine had Da Vinci drawings. Like I asked him to do stuff for Da Vinci, like his crane and some of his other inventions. So I asked him to do like Da Vinci style drawings and writings, but to do it with a mirror, do them like reversed, just like he did. So that was kind of cool. I had like Da Vinci stuff across my face. So we had our masks. We went down to Venice for Carnivale, and then while we were there, we bought some actual nice capes and some nice like tricorn style hats, like not just touristy ones, but actually decent ones that could hold up to like the rain and mist. And the capes are super important. They keep you warm. Like if you don't know how a boat cloak works, I mean, they're actual really good clothing for that area. So it was super cool. I mean, we're still Americans, even though we live in Italy for a couple of years. But I'll never forget, we're all dressed up. We're away from St. Mark's Square, like maybe a couple blocks away, just sitting down at a little cafe having coffee, you know, and some breakfast. And some tourists stop, you know, and take pictures of us. I was like, okay. So that was a really cool feeling. So then later, here in where we're at now. Oh, thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. Take it easy. Praise the Forearm Emperor. But so then lately here we hear there's going to be a Carnivale at the Italian club, you know, downtown. So we're like, oh, it's going to be awesome. So we show up in like, not really like period clothing, but kind of close to it, you know. And we have masks and hats and everything, and we show up and nobody else is dressed like that. It's basically just like a meeting for like the town's like uppity people. You know, I mean, they brought masks, but they're just like little masks they hold in front of their face. It wasn't like because it's supposed to be like a masquerade ball, like Carnivale. And it's the Italian Heritage Club, so I figured of all people to understand, it'd be them. but I think they're mostly Sicilian. I think they're mostly South Italians. I don't know. So when we showed up there, it ended up being like hobnobbing with like the towns or like my city's elite, like the I think like the mayor was there. There was like like all these like important people. I was like, oh, I remember looking at my wife. I'm like, oh, we are not supposed to be here right now. We're like the only ones dressed up and everything. It was kind of awkward. So that really let me down. Sorry, just seeing your picture reminded me of that. It made me really sad. I was like, oh. So it's one of the many things in history I love. I absolutely am obsessed with the city of Venice. It's the favorite city in the whole world. Super interesting history of the city. I love like a lot of different Venetian style things. I always thought it was cool. I'd love to go back for Carnivale again one year. I don't think I have any Russian infantry. Otherwise, I'd bring like Russians as the other Konflikt 47 force for the demo game. Nice. It's like, I got Russians. Yeah, you got a shit ton of Russians. Hey, what's going on, Evolution Gaming? How you doing? We're just working on our Siberian Tears. Tried to get all fancy, give them like fully camo painted skins. I figured out it's just easier to just give them regular skin and then just slap a camo cloak on them later. I mean, not so much. I mean, I kind of do, I guess. But you're talking about all those mummies in the background. Yeah, it's to kind of flesh out my Cult of Imhotep army, you know. Totem Core, when used right, are pretty good in Konflikt 47, at least in the older edition. We'll see what happens in the new edition. It's just enough people played COD Zombies that everyone's just terrified of zombies. They kind of work like lunge mines, and when you have zombies on the board, people are always going to shoot at them. I don't know what it is. You know, they're not a threat. Like, you do need to take them off the board, but a lot of people will freak out and just start prioritizing them and just putting shit tons of order dice into them. But how you been, Evolution? Ah, good to hear. Yeah, so I finished my, I sat down and painted all 20 of my Tiki tears one time. They're pretty easy. I have a bunch of mummies I've been working on. I've been thinking about picking up a box of Warlord Atlantic zombies, but I haven't picked them up yet. I have some people working on some 3D printed zombie hula girls, so that's kind of what I'm waiting on. Oh, very nice, very nice. How are you liking the winter models? Some people like it. Some people like that aesthetic. Some people not so much. I kind of like more the desert or tropical ones a little better. My pop culture knowledge failing me. Because they're bald and their muscles are all stretched and they almost look emaciated, they remind me of not Zangief. No, it's a Russian. What's the name of the Street Fighter? Yoga Fire. Cannot think of his name. Yeah, the one from India. Yep, that's a Dalhim. It's kind of what they remind me of. Dalsum. Dalhim, Dalsum, something like that. I absolutely want to know a cool fact. What you got, RK? Dispit bots. Are you talking about for Konflikt 47 or are you talking about for Bolt Action 3rd edition? Okay, that is a very interesting fact. You're talking about both for bolt action. There's people a little bit more historical than me who might be able to point you closer. Again, I would just look at the Easy Army or the Warlord app, see what's available for Romanians and building from there. Now for Conflict 47, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, but I would hold off because in the old Conflict 47 lore, the Romanians kind of go back and forth on who they side with. So for the new Conflict 47 lore, I would wait to see who they side with, because if they end up siding with the Axis, then they're going to fall under the actual term Axis, which is ran by the Green Vault. So you'll be using a lot of German stuff, so I'd hate for you to build a whole Romanian army and them just change the lore on you and you're stuck with those models. I know that would piss me off, so Conflict 47, I would wait until September when the book comes out and read it, and then we'll figure out where the Romanians landed. Hey, what's going on, Shitherder Sean? Hey, what's going on, NHS? I plan on knocking out the East Asia and Pacific lore next, and then I'll hit Eastern Europe, and then probably finish up with Finland. Lore videos. Yeah, so Shitherder Sean, I think I end up thinking about just hitting them with skin tone, especially like a sunburn kind of skin tone, like very pink. And then I think I'm just gonna give them, you know, of course, blue eyes, like piercing blue eyes. I think I'm just gonna give them camo cloaks. So, luckily there's 5, and an order of cloaks from like Victoria Miniatures is in 5. I was like, oh, it's perfect. So if you're looking for plastic, here's my idea. Google search some images for what the Romanians look like in the time that you want to kind of portray them. And then head over to Wargame Atlantic website. Again, that's Wargame Atlantic. And take a look at a lot of their boxes for World War I and World War II. Like, because when you look at their boxes, they'll actually show you what's on the sprue. They'll show you pictures of the sprue. And take a look at what's on all the different sprues, and you might be able to replicate it from there. Like, you might be able to mix, I want to say, World War I French, possibly with, like, some German centuries, and you may be able to kind of get towards what the Romanians were rocking, if that makes sense. Like recently I put out the lore for 1946 and 1947 for the Middle East, and it talks a lot about Turkey. A lot of people are like, hey, I want to make a Turkish unit. And when you look at the footage, at the time, the young Turkish Republic, they were rocking the French, what are they called, Adrian style helmets, like European firefighters kind of have, with that crest in the middle. They had the very tall French style backpacks, and then they were rocking, obviously they'd rock a lot of fezzes and different style hats. So you're really able to build if you mix, and of course they are supplied with German weapons in Conflict 47. So if you take, you know, German bolt action boxes and you mix that with a little bit of World War I French for Wargame Atlantic, you're going to be able to replicate Conflict 47 Turks. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, so that's always my idea. That's what I do, is I pull up a lot of pictures on what I kind of want to work on, and then I find pictures of Wargame Atlantic sprues and like what they have on there and what I kind of want to replicate, and I kind of plan out my purchases and go that way. If you're trying to make, you know, more niche style units, that's my recommendation for you. Hopefully that helps, buddy. we're doing right now is we're getting one of these guys fully painted up as a master copy. Then once he's done, I'll go back and paint the other 4. Yeah, I was really happy. Took a look at War Game Atlantic. Jeez, I think I give them dry hand jobs more than I do Warlord Games. But let's take a look at their cannon fodder box that I'm using to make Penal Legionnaires. As part of this contest. And luckily, I think someone else pointed out to me, like, it wasn't me. I always thought the pistol looked familiar, but I never really paid attention. The pistol that comes in the kit is the one from Blade Runner, which of course is also replicated in Fallout as that gun. It's a 5.56mm pistol, and they copy it from Blade Runner. So then when someone else pointed out to me, I looked at them and they're just wearing like a coverall. That's why it's great for Penal Legion. But I looked at it, I was like, if I just paint that blue and I do yellow stripes, like, holy shit, you can make vault dwellers out of these things. I'm like, hell yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know too much about Romanians. I feel like if you were just to mix like Russian and German and some British bits together, I'm pretty sure you can kit bash yourself some bad. I don't know. And again, I'm biased. As you can tell, my painting skill is kind of shit, but I absolutely adore kit bashing. Kit bashing is like my favorite thing in the entire world, so. That is kind of the cool thing about building niche units, is you get to kit bash. Like, for example, one of my many side projects here. So I'm actually working on some Imperial Japanese Navy, some SNILF guys. It was actually a lot of fun. And because they're SNILF, they use a lot of submachine guns, and they use a lot of foreign country submachine guns. So like for a SNILF officer, he's going to be wearing a white naval uniform instead of a Shigunto katana. He actually has a naval saber, It's actually going to be a lot of fun building these dudes. But again, that's my personal opinion, only because I can't really express myself that well through paint, only because I don't have the skill set, and as Squick Under Sean's pointed out multiple times, I don't try and develop my skill set, so I'm only limited by my own laziness. That I make up for that by kit bashing, and I really enjoy kit bashing because it's what I like from, speaking of Fallout, it's actually what I like about Fallout games, that visual storytelling, that's what I feel like kit bashing does. When you kit bash your models like that. As you can tell, there's a piece of terrain right here. This is one of the little it's not really a bunker or a pillbox. What's cool is it works for like World War II, World War I, even for like my Blood and Plunder. Like I can put cannons or swivel guns up here, and it kind of works, So I like terrain that can work on different eras of time and different games, right? Those are 28mm. So I actually have 2 of these that I gotta get painted, because these are gonna be on the nighttime beach landing. So up on the shore they'll have 2 of these, and down near the water they're gonna have a couple different boats. They'll have like some actual like big old Tin Man lifeboats. They'll actually have like I have a Japanese landing boat. They're called like Dash 2s or something like that. I have a bunch of like canoes. So there's gonna be plenty of cover everywhere, but for the beach people, because they made a night landing, they have a whole bunch of boats to use as cover, whereas the defenders have like kind of more prepared positions. And that's what I like, is it's prepared positions on both sides. That way one person's not prepared and the other people have to come in and eat a machine gun sandwich. I still bitch about that Berlin game. But this time, both sides get prepared positions, but the first turn is night fighting. And after that, you roll to see if the sun comes up. So even the first turn, no one's going to be able to just snipe all your guys down on the beach. That's one thing. If nothing else, if you guys tune out for the rest of the 3 hours I stream, please, if this is the only thing you take away from this one stream, take a look in your bolt action version 3 book. Read the night fighting rules. They are so damn cool. RK can attest to it. They can be a little clunky, but when you use them, oh my god, is it so much fun. I highly recommend trying out the Dawn Assault, where your first turn is night fighting and then you roll to see the sun comes up. It'll change how it changes everything. It radically changes the game. I mean, everything to the point where you start shooting. We started shooting soft skin vehicles just to set them on fire, just to provide illumination, so we could shoot the infantry. Like it's that really cool. It's just something that I feel like a lot of people overlook the optional rules, and they're an absolute blast. And it led to a lot more close combat, which RK brought all the submachine guns and his guys had vengeance, so he beat the shit out of me, but it was still fun. Yeah, looking back on that, I'm going to have to take a look at it. I think for night fighting, I think the way it's going to work is it depends on whether you're measuring from the spotter or from the actual unit itself. Yeah, I think you have to declare one or the other, And even night fighting in Konflikt 47 is going to be cool because some units have infrared vision. And what a lot of people don't think about, or what they don't read, is in Konflikt 47, infrared vision is not just for night fighting. It also applies to smoke. If you have IR, like your heavy infantry or some of your horror units like Schreckwolfen, they can actually see through smoke as well. So if somebody pops smoke trying to hide, it absolutely, and you have like a heavy infantry or heavy armored AT team, that's not going to stop them. Yeah, it absolutely would. I don't have the video up yet. Dispatbots. Let me know if I'm saying that right. But I don't have the video up yet, but I did a really cool, pretty big size. I did a 1250 point game. 1250 on both sides. An Imperial Japanese sneak attack into the United States, and they landed in Mexico. And they tried to move up. But apparently the Americans knew they were coming. And so they evacuated Juarez. As the Imperial Japanese moved into Juarez, the 82nd Airborne were ready for them. They jumped in with mud skippers and Firefly infantry. And me and a buddy of mine named Sam had an absolute urban brawl in Tijuana. It was super, super cool to see. So we had this whole Konflikt 47, surprise sneak attack invasion from Japan. And it all went down right there in Tijuana. I got pictures of what Tijuana kind of like, what the city layout kind of looks like. So I tried to mimic what it would look like in 1947. So we had the river going through the town. We had the airport where the airport's supposed to be. We had so we had the police station and the brothels, closer to the border, and then further down south from the border on the other side of the river, we had a lot more of the. That's where some of the bars were. We had more bars and more kind of like shack style housing and stuff like that. So the coolest thing is it felt like a real city, because you really get into like nitty gritty city fighting. What I mean by that is using alleys and hopping up on rooftops to launch bazooka rounds down onto walkers, and it was an absolute blast. Yeah. So yeah, the Imperial Japanese tried to sneak in and attack America through Mexico, which is kind of cool. So it was just we came up with a little. It's because I have a lot. I play Fallout, Wasteland Warfare, and Fallout Factions a lot. I say a lot. I do play it, but a lot of my terrain from TT Combat is more Fallout themed, right? Especially I like New Vegas. A lot of it's like kind of Western New Vegas themed. So I took a look at the terrain I had, and we had a big old 1250 game. I'm like, hey, what about a fictional attack in Tijuana? He's like, oh, hell yeah, that'd be awesome. So that's why we end up going with it. But that's one thing I do recommend if you haven't done that either at 750 points. 750 points is a good level. It's a good intro game, learning game. But at 750 points, get a really dense board and do an absolute urban fight, like military operations, urban terrain. Get a really good city fight going on. Make sure you discuss ahead of time how your building rules, terrain, and cover. Make sure you explain all that to both sides, and you guys are in agreement. But then have a really good city fight. Same things. It made my zombies super lethal. They kept like just like shambling up alleyways, attacking his guys. You know, bridges were super important. You know, you got to hold a bridgehead. My walker, I had a Imperial Japanese Locust walker. So it kind of like moved up and where it could kind of view like half the town and just like stood there and just rained fire wherever it could. I had my little Scorpion walker scuttling behind buildings for cover and hitting other buildings. And one time I got a little too brave and he scuttled a little too far to try and hit an enemy. And he ended up absolutely raining piss on it from his mud skipper. It basically almost pinned out that Scorpion. It was a lot of fun. I really needed a battle report for that. It was a blast. I think it took just as much time setting up and taking down the table and the train that did playing the game. I'm telling you, it was a lot of buildings. Nice. Well, yeah, definitely reach out to HS. HS can tell you all sorts of good information. You'd be the guy I'd talk to about that, especially about that theater, that area. HS is in the chat too, so you can just reach out to him. That is the cool thing about Konflikt 47. You can do your own personal campaign and lore wherever the hell you want. It's all alternate history, so anything's plausible. Yeah, another cool thing, I think they recently discovered a Imperial Japanese Navy torpedo, and not an aerial one. One actually, it's one of the versions that was launched from submarines. They found an Imperial Japanese Navy torpedo right by the Golden Gate Bridge. So apparently the Imperial Japanese Navy got froggy and tried to actually attack the Bay Area and do a sub-attack on San Francisco. Apparently, it looks like they just dropped their fish and ran. Not so much Squid Sean. It's kind of just more like this is my relaxing hobby. You know, I have a couple different hobbies, and this is just kind of what I do to relax. So I'm going for more. It's basically an excuse too, 100%. I'm going for more quantity over quality. It's just sometimes I got to remind myself that I'm going for quantity over quality. So. Like I said, I don't mind painting, and sometimes I can express some cool stuff through painting. Like I said, like orange pants for convicts, or the green stripes on the daughters to make it kind of look more tropical version. But I do a lot more of my creative expression, I think, through kit bashing. And I think that's what I enjoy more. I love building models and kit bashing models, and I'm like, oh god, now I gotta paint them. Yeah, no, and that's what I was saying. Yeah, so for Comic 47, you'd be perfectly fine. But yeah, something we thought about is just kind of taking stuff that really did happen and kind of just tweaking it a little bit, and it's really worked pretty well. A lot of us here in this chat, we've been working on kind of like through like joint storytelling. That's why I mentioned the thing that happened in Mexico. We're kind of doing a fictional Conflikt 47 campaign that takes place in South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. So it's kind of the area a lot of us are focusing in. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, if you're gonna do more of an Alaskan-based one, that sounds really neat, man. Yeah, we have no idea what's coming down the pipeline for the Imperial Japanese for Conflikt 47. I'm hoping we get some new units. Like I said, I'm crossing my fingers. I think what I really want 100% is I want kind of like how the Axis have Shrek Wolfen and Noctijager, and the Russos or the Soviets have Ursus. I really want like Krokmen. I want half Krok Imperial Japanese like shock troops or like Marines. That would be so fucking cool. Like Killer Croc style. I mean, they don't have to be like comically. They don't have to look like some weird like furry with a huge croc mouth, but just like Killer Croc style. Because I think of it almost kind of more like think like the lore from the Elder Scrolls, where you have the Argonians from like the Black Swamp, and they're immune to a lot of like poison and shit like that. That's why I think it'd be great, because with these half croc Marines for the Imperial Japanese, they're more resilient to all the diseases in the Pacific, and Southeast Asia. And they can drink like less clean water. They can eat kind of raw food and stuff like that. So based upon their food, water, and their disease resilience, and make them a hell of a lot more useful, and the ability to swim too, make them a hell of a lot more useful. I see where you say that, like Ani stuff like that would be cool, but I'm absolutely leaning towards like Croc or Kimono Dragon style, like Lizardmen or some shit like that. Because Lizardmen are like one of those just like classic style models too. yeah, lizard men or like croc Japanese Imperial Japanese would be absolutely fucking insane. Cause like imagine Imperial Japanese, because they they're using a lot of rift tech to make their submarines even stealthier. So imagine these stealth subs like somewhat surfacing, and you just see like a whole platoon of guys just literally just slither off the submarine and just start swimming towards shore. You know, they're like half amphibious. Oh, dude, they go, and you can literally just drop them on an island. They go fucking native. Yeah, like I say, Komodo. Yeah, either Komodo dragon or croc. Either or. I'm cool with either, but yeah, I want a semi-amphibious, disease-resilient, Imperial Japanese, like, marine unit. So Komodo dragons would definitely fit the bill. One of those. Because I want them to basically almost kind of go, like, half-barrel. So they just, like, drop them on an island. Kind of like, the real German werewolves. Like, they call the werewolves, like, their stay-behind units. So the Imperial Japanese use their Shihobi as like their stay behind their zombies, but also just imagine just dropping these Komodo dragon or half croc Japanese troops on these islands and just let them go absolutely feral and go native. So when the Americans finally land troops, they're having to fight these like half feral Komodo dragon style troopers before the Imperial Japanese can reinforce it. Yeah, very similar to the Tau and the Kroot. Yeah. Plus, you have all the different, hey, what's going on, Silver? Plus, you have all the lizard men and stuff like that style models you can already incorporate. Hey, Edgar, what's going on, buddy? We're painting some convicts, some Siberian terror squads here. And we're talking about possible Imperial Japanese units. We're talking about how much we'd really like to see, either kind of like how the Germans have Schreckwolfen and Nachtjäger and the Soviets have Ursus infantry. For the Imperial Japanese, I'd like to see either Komodo dragon or like crocodile style troops. Basically, Imperial Japanese lizardmen is what I want. You know, they could swim better, disease resilient. No, but I do have, I haven't made BJ Blazkowicz, but I do have a knockoff Captain America, and even better, I have the Shadow Nose. And from Shit Herder Sean, I actually do have a Captain Samuels to paint up as well. Yeah, absolutely. God, I can't think of their name. Yang-Ti, thank you. I was like, what's the name from D&D? Yeah, either like lizard men or Yang-Ti from D&D, like half like snake people. That would be absolutely insane. Because imagine how useful that would be at the time, before anyone freaks out, I'm going to use country names from that time period. So imagine, fighting in Burma, fighting in French Indochina, fighting in the Koreas, fighting in mainland China, particularly like in the monsoon season with, lizard men or serpent folk. Be absolutely insane. When everybody else is like dropping from malaria and all other sorts of diseases, they just don't give a shit. And that kind of goes with the lore of Unit 731 and all the water treatment and experiments they had. It'd be really cool. Oh, nice! You got the reference. I appreciate it. Yeah, I haven't said Yang-Ti in fucking years. They were one of my favorite bad guy races. I like using them, and I'm trying to what are the shark people called? Fuck. Now I can't remember what the shark people are called. I remember the name of their god is shit. No, I forgot the name of their god. Sokola. Sokola is the name of the god, the two-headed shark. I'm trying to think of the name of the actual shark people. Sawagan. Yep. Sokola's name of the god. You're right. Sawagan. There's a lot of different ways to pronounce it too. I've always pronounced it Sawagan. It's a pain in the ass to say. But yep. They were the main bad guys for my big ass D&D. Man, I'm blanking on everything. My D&D campaign that was set in Ghost of Saltmarsh. There we go. My custom Ghost of Saltmarsh campaign. Yeah, I would recommend that. So if you guys don't know, Modiphius is starting to put out plastic kits now for a lot of their models for Fallout style stuff, and they're 32 millimeter, but some of that stuff can be used in a pinch for bolt action style stuff, especially if you don't like the way some stuff looks. You can always use power armor. And I was thinking the way they're going with the American lore, making them like super religious, like something out of like Far Cry 5. If that's what they're doing, I think we should just like kind of lean into it and go full Brotherhood of Steel. You know, like imagine doing an actual like heavy infantry platoon. You know, officers, troops, AT teams, everything, and just making it basically the Brotherhood of Steel, like armored monks and stuff like that. It'd be absolutely awesome. Ooh, I don't get the reference, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I failed the pop quiz on that one, RK. Alright, we got his shackles painted. Oh, nice. I know that guy, that rotoscope type animation. Off Hogan's Heroes? No. There is one based off Kelly's Heroes, though. I know it's probably not what you're referencing, but there is Kelly's Heroes, just not Hogan's Heroes. You can even get Oddball's Sherman if you want. Yep, I see a lot of that going on. I still haven't placed my order. I need to, but my Firefly are going to be Rocketeer. Pulp Miniatures. You know, I'm always referencing them. Pulp Miniatures actually makes a bunch of Rocketeer models. So all my Firefly guys are going to be Rocketeers. Hopefully you can find a 3D print of the Red Skull's awesome car from the movie. You know, that huge ass. It's not even a V12. I think it was like a V20 or some shit. Yeah, you could absolutely pattern your heavy infantry officers off Frank Horgan. That'd actually be really cool. I'm actually doing my yearly playthrough of Fallout Tactics right now, outside of painting. I've played Fallout 1 and 2. I think I played them both like once, maybe. I think I've done Fallout 2 twice. I play New Vegas a lot. I messed around in 4 a little bit. 3's alright, but I do really love Fallout Tactics. Alright, so we're working on our Siberian Terrors. Once I finish one unit fully, I'll use that as my template to go back and do the others. I will count them as complete once I fully base them. I'll just add the capes on later. I don't think that's violating any kind of rules with the painting competition, but... And the cool thing is, once I finish these guys, and all these Konflikt 47 stuff, I'll be working on my Penal Legion from Wargame Atlantic using cannon fodder, and we'll be able to compare the models, because you may be able to use those to make an absolute shit ton of Siberian Terror squads. Except they're not shirtless, so... Yes! Oh my god, I remember Commander Keen. That's my childhood right there, man. Commander Keen hit me right in the childhood. I grew up playing a lot of computer games. I remember watching my dad and brothers take turns playing Civilization, like the OG Civilization. I played that. Played a lot of great games coming up. Commander Keen is a classic, though. Speaking of classic games and Fallout, if you guys haven't seen in Fallout news, somebody's doing a Fallout conversion using the Doom full conversion mod, and they're making a first-person shooter based off like a Doom engine for Fallout. Basically set in Fallout 1 and Necropolis. It looks so damn good. It looks like what a first-person Fallout should always have looked like. Yeah, you saw the trailer. Yeah, that looks like a really good. It looks like a really good first-person take on what Fallout is. I'm pretty excited to play that. And from what I hear, Bethesda is not gonna fuck with them. I hear Bethesda's not gonna sue them or prevent them from making it. They're just gonna treat it as free advertisement, for 76 and for their second season of the TV show. So good on them. Hey, what's going on, buddy? Yep. I remember playing old school Flashpoint, or Operation Flashpoint. And I still play Arma 3 a lot to this day, but Unreal Tournament, I can still hear those sound effects. I can literally still hear the sound of the sniper rifle and the enforcer pistols. Well, just like so, I had a huge gaming moment trip down memory lane. I'm making some AI music that's I'm making AI music so it's copyright free for when I need to live stream a game, like a Konflikt 47 game. I'm making cool thematic style background music, right? And I'm making it copyright free, the way it doesn't get struck. But if you don't care about copyright, go back and look at Return to Castle Wolfenstein. I want to say early 2000s, maybe 2002, maybe. I'm trying to think when it came out. But that music is great, and the vibe is really good for Konflikt 47. And I played that multiplayer. I played that multiplayer more than I played Unreal Tournament. So hearing the sound effects and looking at the maps for Return to Castle Wolfenstein, oh man, it took me right back to my childhood. Monster kill. Oh yeah. Headshot. That game had the best jib sound effect too. When you actually jib someone with the ripper and you set a razor going down a hallway, you could just hear them scream and hear the jibs. It had a really good meaty sound to it. I think I was watching some YouTube channel, and in the background of their song, they had old school Unreal Tournament music going. I was like, that's Facing Worlds. It's I know exactly what map that's from. And I used to play a shit ton about Operation Flashpoint back in the day. That gave my whole love to Arma. I played Arma my whole life growing up. I love Arma. Love messing around in Arma. Oh, I'm sorry, you haven't seen it. I have him over here painting. So I'm giving him just regular skin tone. Luckily, it's coming off a bit pinkish and a bit sunburnt. And I'm just going with that. I'm going to give him a camo cloak for Southern Operation. Well, another fun thing, on Steam, there's a game called Ravenfield. It's kind of older. I'm not sure if you've never played it or have never heard of it. What's cool about Ravenfield is it kind of plays like old school Battlefield, like some of the older Battlefield games. But what's really cool about it is it's very low intensity, right? So you can play it on almost any kind of potato. And more importantly, it's highly customizable. It's meant to be modded. So you can mod, it kind of starts off like conventional warfare, but you can mod it whatever you want. Some people do like black powder, some people do World War II, but you can mix and match. So I played around with it one day, and I actually turned it into a Konflikt 47 game. I downloaded mods for, you know, World War II weapons. I had Imperial Japanese versus Soviets. So I downloaded a whole bunch of World War II Imperial Japanese weapons, a whole bunch of Soviet weapons, Lend-Lease stuff. I had Tesla tanks put in there from like Red Alert 2. Even though Soviets don't have those, I figured, what the hell, why not? I had like walkers, like a mechs in there. I had all sorts of just badass shit, and it basically played like a Battlefield game, but set in Konflikt 47. There was a mix of World War II weapons and weird war tech. It was an absolute blast. The Imperial Japanese had Kika jet interceptors, and it was really cool. So yeah, if you're ever absolutely bored, you have nothing to do, if you have Ravenfield, I mean, I wouldn't say run out and get it or wait for it to go on sale, but Ravenfield, it's just a simple little blue versus red little Battlefield style game with low graphics, and you can mod the living shit out of it. It was a lot of fun. You can literally set up your own Konflikt 47 game. Alright, let me fix some of the skin tone, then I'll hit the leather, and then we'll do the metal. I know it's one of those things, be careful what you wish for, you know? But I'm amazed they've never made, you know, with the popularity of extraction shooters, which is slowly dimming out, which is fine. I'm amazed they never made a Fallout-themed extraction shooter, right? For those who don't know, the only time I ever liked Fallout 76, and I don't even like Battle Royales that much, but the Nuclear Winter, the Fallout 76 themed Battle Royale, was absolutely awesome. Because the way it worked is you were dumped out in the middle of nowhere with no weapons, right? You had to scavenge for weapons and armor and stuff like that. All the good shit was in the center of the map. There were also codes to drop nukes scattered all over the place, right? So you could actually drop a nuke somewhere. But what made the game cool, or what made it a little bit unique, is there were shit ton of enemy, like NPC enemies everywhere. There was a whole bunch of the Scourge, there was a whole bunch of ghouls, there was super mutants, death claws, all sorts of shit scattered everywhere, right? So you'd be running around, you could see like other vault dwellers, you know, and you're sitting there and you're like, do I shoot at him? Because if I shoot at him, you know, I should be able to kill him, but I don't have that much ammo, and there's a whole pack of ghouls down there. They're gonna like come up and jump me. Or same thing, you see a pack of ghouls, you're like, if I kill these ghouls and I use a weapon, everybody else is gonna hear me. Oddly enough, to me, it was one of the best battle royal things out there. But it got canceled. It wasn't that popular, sadly. I used to play the shit out of it. It's the only time I ever played 76. But I'm really surprised they never did an extraction shooter for 76. Or for Fallout. I was like, that game literally screams extraction shooter. But we shall see. One thing I'm excited about going back to the Konflikt 47, I'm hoping they start cranking out some novels. I think that's one of the best ways to build a lot of good support for the Konflikt 47 thing. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be making the jump from Warhammer 40k or 30k. But I think they need to solidify it, not just with a good gameplay, but with good lore. And I think novels are one of the best ways to do it. Hey, CB Cooper, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, no, I'm a huge Fallout fan, so I was there when 76 dropped, and I was not happy. I said the only time I ever came back to 76 was just to play the Battle Royal, and that was fun. And as soon as Nuclear Winter left, I left 76. I never actually played the main game. I just played the other than when it dropped, I just played the Nuclear Winter version. Remember, Ed Scar, it doesn't count as fanfic unless you put in a Mary Sue. You know, so... When you put in Dementia Ravenclaw and she came from House Slytherin, you have to give her all the powers and she's so cool and everybody likes her. Make sure you put a Mary Sue into your fanfic. Yeah, no, Attention Span did a great job of advertising for Konflikt 47. That's why I link his channel in a lot of my videos as well. He does a really good job. He's probably like one of the OG guys really talking about it on YouTube. That's some popularity. Hey, Courier, what's going on, man? Your ears must have been burning. We've been talking about Fallout for a little bit. You must had your ears burning. But yes, Nathan, you're right. It is stream number 69. Nice. No, right now, like I said, right now I'm playing Fallout Tactics and I'm playing Fallout New Vegas. Kind of filling out my own kind of headcanon for New Vegas. I'm testing something out. So don't attack me. I have no lore to back this up. It's just my own little fun headcanon. It's just another way to play New Vegas. But I'm playing New Vegas as with the idea that the Mojave Express is a separate cell. You know, if you understand how like terror cells work, you know how they operate independently. You know. They're decentralized, so I'm playing that the Mojave Express is actually another branch of the railroad, just called something different, you know. So to me, I'm playing the Courier as if he was he's a synth. He's a railroad trained synth, you know. So when he got shot in the head, it just basically knocked his memories loose. So it's like a factory reset. So I'm playing New Vegas as if I was an agent of the railroad. So it's using a lot of pistols, sneaking, talking, and using a lot of, instead of like going for like the sneaky sniper build, I'm going for like I'm using a lot of faction armors, which is a lot of fun. I'm slowly. I keep. I keep just wearing everybody's faction armor. Just keep swapping it, almost like a Hitman game. You just keep swapping my outfits as I go. I think I'm so thinking about what the railroad would do. I feel like probably it's either going to be a wild card, it's either going to be independent or house. I'm probably going to go for a house. Probably end up siding with the house. So again, I'm trying to play it like the Mojave Express is actually another independent, decentralized cell of the railroad, and that the courier is just a synth. Again, I'm not saying that's what the story is. It's just my own headcanon. It's just my own little lore behind this playthrough. It's actually kind of fun. Nice, CB Cooper. I'm so glad you joined. Yeah, the lore's really good. The American stuff, like I said, it made me think of Brotherhood of Steel, kind of, with the whole, like, religious thing, and, like, Far Cry 5, but, the British isn't bad, you know, going full Empire again, you know, rural Britannia. The Soviets knocked it out of the park with, like, leaning into the whole spy and espionage thing. That's really cool. I am waiting on pins and needles, CB Cooper, to see what they do for the Imperial Japanese. And as far as models, we're working on our Siberian Terror Squad. We're making a more penal legion. See, what I've always thought with the railroad, and I think the railroad in Boston, I think that's just one. Again, that's just one cell, it's just one sector, it's just one part. So I think that part is all about freeing the toasters, right? It's all about freeing the synths. Because, you know, if you can get everyone behind freeing the synths, then the next step is to tackle slavery. And slavery and Fallout, you have to approach this kind of a mature standpoint. So slavery in Fallout universe is different from slavery in our universe. A lot of people, when they look at, like, Fallout lore, they forget it's a wasteland, right? Like, existence is pain. You have to carve out a living. So, of course, slavery is going to rear its ugly head again, right? So, I think the whole thing behind the railroad, which could be named different things all over the place. Like, in my lore, they're called signalmen down in Texas. They're called Mojave Express, you know, in the Mojave. They're called Railroad up in Boston, like whatever your local area is, you know, they adopt that name and kind of operate in the shadows. So their whole thing is to try and fight against slavery. So the reason why in Boston they're focusing so hard on freeing the synths is if you free the synths and you get enough of them to join the railroad, you're able to use them as highly effective weapon systems to try and take on a lot of the more powerful slavers. And of course the biggest slaving organization is Caesar's Legion. So, you know, you have to take on Caesar's Legion, you have to take on, what is that, Paradise Lost, I want to say, and the Capital Wasteland, take on the Pit, you know? Because even though the Brotherhood of Steel went through there, they're still you slaves. So they have to take on the Pit, they have to take on Caesar's Legion. There's a lot of slaving all over the Wasteland. So it's a huge mission. But I think freeing the toasters, freeing the synths is just one small part of the overall mission, you know? But it's all compartmentalized. But yeah. Big Konflikt 47 fan. I'm a huge Fallout fan as well, too. So I think about Fallout a lot. I have all those little reasonings. This guy kind of finished up. There's the lead belcher. Well, like I said, I'm curious because since they're leaning so much into automatons for the Commonwealth, I'm curious if they're gonna change their ruling because automatons are cool except when they don't work. That's why I tell people, like, instead of going like full automaton with all your vehicles and shit like that, like they're great with heavy machine guns because they're either gonna work or they're not. They're gonna follow your orders or they won't, but they're not affected by horror. So like when Shrek will get close, it's not gonna affect them. Yeah, CB Cooper, same thing. I was thinking a lot like almost like Manifest Destiny version 2.0. You know, it's like, all right, now we're taking all like Empire Japan wants to attack Hawaii. Okay, now we're taking all of the Pacific. You know, and I think that's going to bring them into conflict with the Commonwealth, and they try and take New Zealand and some other islands. So that could be a lot of fun. Ah, happy to have you, James. We are working on some Conflict 47 models. Some Siberian terror squads. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they're gonna redo that rule for the automatons. I think you're right, man. Diesel punk hobbits, I love it. That's actually a really cool idea, a really cool concept. Nice. I think you should find like whatever nation or like special units you like, just the idea of, and don't really worry about the mechanics of. And I think that's what you should invest in. Like I said, I'm gonna be ride or die with the Imperial Japanese. You know, regardless of how good or bad they make them. You know, luckily I think I've been doing this enough where no one thinks I'm gonna be like jumping on the bandwagon. You know. Like I said, I'm crossing my fingers. I really want like Yanti, like snakemen or snake folk or lizardmen, Imperial Japanese. That's what I want. So I painted the tank on his back metal, and I'm painting that little tube that basically pumps all the chemicals into a metal as well. Kind of more of a Bane style model. The Snilf are pretty cool. So if you haven't seen it, I'm still working on the rest of them. I took the Ghost Attack Squad guys, and I decided to paint mine in like an Imperial Japanese Navy style look. And I figured they'd be really good Imperial Japanese Navy Rift-Tech units. Because they can go through walls. Imagine them boarding a ship. You know, imagine them clearing like an escort carrier. HS, you know what that reminds me of? A Transylvania faction. Hop on YouTube if you're not familiar with it. Look up the video game Battalion Wars. It's kind of like Advance Wars from the DS, but it was on like GameCube. It played a little bit different, but if you look at the story, there was Americans, there was Russians. It's all stereotypes too. There's stereotypical Americans, Russians, British, Japanese, and then they made Transylvanians as the bad guys. They were like half Prussian, half Transylvanian. It was really cool. So yeah, HS, look up Battalion Wars. Yeah, I have a pretty large size Imperial Japanese army, James. I'm also working on making an Imperial Japanese Navy army. I have some like commies type 2 like swimming tanks. So the same thing. I wanted to make them Konflikt 47 as well, but I was trying to think like what rift tech units would work for them. I figured Ghost Attack Squad would be the best, and especially if they release plastic Ghost Attack Squads for version 2, I'm going to be all over that. Adding silver on the thing, wrapping all the way around its waist. I like to do my magazine silver sometimes to show like cheap stamped steel and to make it look a little bit different. Yeah, I see. I'm about to say I can see that Omega Red, or like I was saying, like Bane or something like that. Yeah, I'm really glad I went with like, I know it's not historical, but I really like the orange like convict style pants for like a penal legion kind of thing. And because I want to paint these guys, then I want to compare them in size to the cannon fodder from Wargame Atlantic. Because if it works well, then you can actually have a very cheap way of getting like 30 of these guys. Yeah, it definitely does. You're not wrong, Stevie Cooper. And I'm headed to the post office soon to drop off some Schwimmwagons for RK. I'm going to send you some gene stealers I found as that was in one of my kits. So I'm going to ship those off to you, CB Cooper. I appreciate the orcs you got me, so I'm going to get those painted up here pretty soon. Yeah, I think that's why I'm going to put some cloaks on the back of these guys. Either camo cloaks or just like regular brown cloaks. They kind of hide like all that stuff in the back, you know? They can kind of blend it a little bit nice. Hey, what's going on, Spoon? 69. Nice. For those of you who are interested in Konflikt 47, that link I just dropped is an invite to the unofficial Konflikt 47 Discord group. It's worldwide, so regardless of where you are in the world, it's an unofficial Discord for Konflikt 47. It's ran well, it's very chill, a lot of good information on there too. So I highly recommend you swinging by and dropping it if you're not already a part of it. Nice. Oh, I love a good long bolt action game. Like I like some of the bigger long games. I'm glad that worked out well for you, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, SMGs are like a huge deal in 3rd edition bolt action. Hey, Nathan. Nathan, that is a great question. Me personally, I would want to see I'd want to see Command and Conquer Generals style, but I'm also very partial to Command and Conquer Generals. I think that works well. You have your different factions, and within each faction, you have a different type of general, which will give you a different type of play style, you know? Nathan, I was just telling them, if you're familiar with a game called Ravenfield on Steam, it's like a very low polygon, low graphic, Battlefield style game, right? But it's highly customizable with mods. So I went in one day and I downloaded a shit ton of mods to turn it into a Konflikt 47 Battlefield style game. You know, like Battlefield 1947 or Battlefield Vietnam or Battlefield 4 or whatever. So it played just like that. I was able to skins and weapons and everything. So it was super cool. It was Imperial Japanese versus Soviets for Konflikt 47. They had Tesla tanks and all sorts of cool badass like AK-47s and all sorts of cool shit. Imperial Japanese had the Kika jet interceptors. They had these like Walker tanks, compression cannons. It was really fucking badass. So I used a shit ton of mods to kind of make that. So it ended up being like what a first-person shooter or like a Battlefield, almost like a Star Wars Battlefront, but for Konflikt 47. It felt cool. Hey Matthew, what's going on, buddy? Alright, that's Scarlet Suit you sent me. I hope it's not a dick pic. I appreciate you joining us, Matthew. Even just for a little bit, brother. Nice. He sent me some minis of Commander Keen. I like it. Yeah, that Ravenfield, it's an older game, but it's highly customizable, so you can do whatever you want. Napoleonic, World War I, 40k, whatever the hell you want. Alright. But if you're asking me for an RTS, actually, I want to change my mind. As much as I love Command & Conquer Generals, for an RTS for Konflikt 47, I think World and Conflict. I think World and Conflict would be best. Not Wargame, not like Red Dragon Rising or any of that shit. It's cool, but don't get me wrong. You know, but the older game World and Conflict, I think that's exactly the RTS for Conflict 47. It's arcadey but yet still tactical, you know? I'm glad you overheard some people talking about it. I'm glad the hype is spreading, Matthew. That's awesome. We're working on some Siberian Terrors right now. If that's freehand, Edgar, that's absolutely insane. Well done, man. The detail on that's impressive. I appreciate that, Arcade, but it's not just me anymore, man. Especially when that new lore drops, you're gonna get some people much more talented than me dropping some lore videos. You might even get like Luton, or maybe some Chapter Master Valric, or Wood Imp, or some other people. Who knows what you're gonna get? I love putting out Conflict 47 content. I'm just not very reliable. I'm not very consistent. You guys can become famous, Edgar. I will dodge that spotlight like it's my job. Nope. I mean, as long as we have the regulars, we have the loyals, and we have new people too. But it's a great channel. You guys always swing by in the chat. We have a damn good time chatting and talking. That's all I could ever want, honestly. When I post videos, people watch it, which is cool. You know, people quote the songs, which are cool, and we talk in the chat. Yeah, this is perfectly fine. New people are always welcome, but the channel doesn't need to grow at all. Perfectly content and happy with what we got. But I appreciate you spreading the name, Matthew. Thank you. Right now we're working on the leather sling for his, yeah, I thought these would be assault rifles, but, you know, and first, Conflict 47 the OG, they're, submachine guns. Passwords are all Tiki drinks, I like it. Absolutely, you can wear your. I would be insulted if you didn't wear your cod piece, and hopefully it's cartoonishly large. Yeah, all the passwords are Tiki drinks. It's like a puzzle. How many Mai Tais could a run if a runner could run Mai Tais? I think they're basically just like a rename of Siberian Terror Squads. Howdy, Commander. Always happy to have you here, brother. I think he meant that as a compliment. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of Ospec stuff, just 'cause I'm not, I don't play a lot of... I still like 40k, like the lore and stuff, and like painting and collecting. I just don't play a lot of 40k. So I don't really watch a lot of his videos. Seems like a nice guy, though. No, like I said, I'm super happy to see more people doing videos on Konflikt 47. It's not a turf thing at all. I just think more information getting out there is just going to be awesome. What does crack me up, like, in a funny thing though, Morning Glory's getting into it, so he talks about it until he hits something he doesn't know, and then he's like, oh yeah, Tiki will just explain, and I was like, oh, what the shit, you know, like, you can't just keep me around and just, it's like the, you know, have you ever seen that Family Guy episode where he puts the Asian kid on top of the desk, he's like, do math, he's sitting there talking about it, it's like, oh, I don't know the actual rules, and he's just like, oh, poke Tiki, and he's like, tell us the rules, what are the rules? Even I fell for his title the other day where it's like Konflikt 47 lore revealed. I was like, holy shit, he's got inside information. But it was just the two at the time, the Americans and the Axis, and I was like, oh man. Tiki do lore. Well, it's not even lore. He also asked me for the rules. Like, hey, what does Shockwave do? And I'm like, ah. Yes, it is time for Nambu. Let me finish up this paint. I'll start talking about the Type 94. Nice, there we go. We got some let's see what we got going on here. Alright, so this is what we have so far for our Siberian Terror guy. I still gotta put in a few more colors. He's got a nice little leather sling on his submachine gun now. Yeah, it's very Omega Red or Bane style to it, you know? All that little source just do a roast menu. Yeah, no, I don't mind at all. So we're gonna try. Like I said, I'm joking. Like I said, so the cool thing about one thing I will say, a really cool thing about Morning Glory, something I really like about him, is he's a very friendly guy, but you can tell deep down, he loves to throw out jabs. I only say this guy. I was lucky enough to get to meet him in person and like drink and hang out with him. He will give as good as he gets, you know, like he does enjoy a little bit of jabbing here and there. So I think with me, Mad Larkin, and a few other people, Morning Glory knows that we're safe enough that he can jab with. Like, he can actually legitimately make fun of us, you know, to kind of get that out of his system. If you were to say that to like a random person, they could unsubscribe or shit like that. He knows like me and Mad Larkin aren't going anywhere, you know, and Cosmic and a few other. There's other people too, you know, I'm not saying like some people are more loyal or not. It's not like a, you know, who supports him the most. It's not that at all. What I'm saying is we give him enough shit regularly and he gives us enough shit back that we're like the safe people that he can like direct that stuff to, those jabs. So if it ever seems like me and him are like not getting along, that's not it at all. We're just trading jabs, which is an absolute blast. All right, so we're gonna take a little bit of a lore break from the painting. You're like, you've only painted one model. I was like, I know, I paint slow. So we're gonna take a little bit of a lore break. And today what we're gonna talk about, we started talking a little bit about it yesterday, and this is in light of all the M17, M18 drama going on with the SIG Pig 320. Is we're gonna talk about the Type 94 Nambu. So, the Imperial Japanese had a lot of different pistols. They originally started out with a very small, almost like very similar to the Russian Nagant revolver. Then they moved on to the Nambu pistol that everybody loves, the 8mm Nambu pistol. It looks like a giant, very similar to a Luger, right? And they had bigger and smaller versions. They even had an actual legitimate gun sword version of that Nambu pistol. So the Imperial Japanese, they use 8mm a lot, right? So a lot of people think the Type 94, which it looks ugly as shit, by the way. It is a smaller, more compact version than the big ass Nambu sidearms. So the officers love the Nambu, but the non-commissioned officers, the petty officers, fucking hated it because it's heavy. It was ornate. People were always trying to steal it and shit. They wanted a pistol that was more utilitarian. So, especially the tank crews. So a lot of people think the Type 94 Nambu pistol was like a last ditch, made at the end of the war, and they were super shitty, made out of scrap metal, which, to be fair, some were. But they go all the way back to the beginning of the war for the Imperial Japanese, so I'm talking like early 30s. Like the actual Type 94, again, 94, was adopted in 1934. I mean, they didn't really hit the scene until like, they say 35, but you really didn't start seeing them until like 36. And they were mostly with tanker crews and airmen. So one of the things that makes the Type 94 Nambu so infamous, and it's not a misnomer, it's actually true, is when the pistol, when there's a round in the chamber and the pistol is taken off of safe, you can actually turn it on its side and basically supersede the sear and just press a little lever on the side and it will actually discharge the round that's in the barrel. So there's first-hand accounts of Imperial Japanese soldiers quote-unquote surrendering, having the pistol on its side, and then literally just pressing the side of it and putting a round right into an American GI. Did that happen? I fucking absolutely would bet money on it. That sounds like a very Imperial Japanese thing to do. Is that what it was designed to do? Absolutely not. So yeah, it's basically it's like a sear bar on the side of the pistol. If you've never seen them, they look like an ungodly monstrosity. It's like a little bit of handle and a big old chunk of metal on top. It's as awkward looking as like a high point, it's a very awkward looking pistol. But it was a lot lighter and more compact than the bigger style Nambu pistols that everybody equates with the Imperial Japanese. And it was still safe if you kept the safety on. Spoiler alert, right? Mechanical safety, external safety. If you kept the safety on, it wasn't going to discharge, even if you press that little sear bar on the side. So for aviators and tank crewmen, and like Kempeitai and some of the NCOs, this was an ideal pistol, because it was lighter and easier to use than the actual bigger Nambu pistol, and it was still 8mm, so it still ran the same rounds. But the problem is, towards the end of the war, they ran out of materials, and they're trying to equip everybody with rifles and pistols and any kind of weapon they can. They started making those those last-ditch versions, and the safety was not very reliable. So yeah, those things, it's like that Archer joke where it's like, careful, thing will go off for like no reason at all. The Type 94 pistols would the last-ditch versions could actually go off for absolutely no reason at all. But like I said, it's one of those things where I'm not defending it, saying it's the greatest pistol ever made, but I'm saying it had an external safety for a fucking reason. You could keep one in the chamber, put the safety on, and you could just basically beatbox and Ike Turner to the side of that fucking thing, and it's not going to go off. Now you take the safety off and you hit the side of it, absolutely it's going to go off. So very different than the SIG P320, which is a whole other can of worms. I just see a lot of people saying the SIG P320 is a modern day version of the Type 94 Nambu, and I'm like, I get the reference, but that's kind of an insult to the Type 94 Nambu. I was like, at least its safety works. But so there's your little bit of lore history. So the bigger Nambu pistols that everyone always talks about, because people just use the word Nambu. Saying the word Nambu is kind of like saying, well, I was gonna say it's like saying Arasaka, but obviously pun intended. It's like saying Kalashnikov. You know, it's the name because it's the maker. So Nambu made several different types of firearms, right? He made everything from the Type 11 LMG to the Type 94 pistol. But the 8mm Nambu pistol everyone always talks about, that's actually the Type 14, the big-ass Luger-looking one. Before that, they had, like, revolvers, very similar to the Russian one. I think they're called, like, Type 26 or 16. I think it's 26, probably. But if you see the Type 94s, like I said, they're huge, chonky metal boys. They look very cheaply made. And at the end of the war, they kind of wore. But, yeah, you were able to supersede the trigger as long as you had a round in the chamber and the safety was off. You could actually press the little sear bar. Well, and like I said, so there's a lot of, Ed Scar brings a good point. There's a lot of weapons that have a lot of misnomers and negative information to it. Usually European firearms, you don't see that as much because a lot of service members came from different European stuff, and so they could speak the language. But, and that's something I always say, with Imperial Japanese small arms, there weren't a lot of service members in the Asian theater who spoke or could read Japanese very well. A lot of them were, you know, due to possible espionage threats, they were serving elsewhere. You know, it's a very famous unit that had a lot of the Japanese American soldiers, but again, they weren't anywhere near that. So there's a lot more mystery and misinformation. One of the best examples, especially of a misnomer, is what the Imperial Japanese call the Type 89 grenade discharger. The Americans call a knee mortar. If you put that thing, you know, on your knee, on your thigh, or on your shin, and you use it, that's gonna crack your bone. Absolutely. You know, that's not how those things are supposed to be used. They're supposed to be used, you know, prepped up against the ground or a tree root or anything else like that. It was not meant to be used against your leg. It was a very interesting misnomer. Same thing with some of the, I always tell the story, some of the Arasaka rifles, and again, last-ditch rifles were pretty rough, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they were expertly crafted, but the problem was there was a lot of rifles, Arasaka rifles that were collected, particularly on the mainland islands, that a lot of soldiers took home, which, you know, nothing wrong with that, but some of the ones they took home were specifically marked for drill or training or ceremony. They were only proofed to handle blanks, not live rounds. So what happened, and again, at that time, not a lot of soldiers in that area could read or write Japanese. So they took these rifles home thinking they're Arasaka just like any other Arasaka. So depending on whether it was a Type 38 or Type 99, they got a hold of either, oh shit, what is it? 6.8 or I think it's 6.5 or 7.7 millimeter, depending which one it was. And they'd put it in a live round, they go to shoot it, and would literally just blow up in their face because it was not made to handle a live rifle round. It was meant to handle blanks. And they'd be like, oh, look at this shoddy construction, you know, it's the last-ditch rifles. So that was also a huge misnomer about firearms collected. So yeah, that I guess it's that'll conclude our little. I always try and do a little bit of a lore break, right around 3 a.m. Just to kind of give a break from painting and just kind of discuss some stuff and kind of throw out some information. I always think it's fun. I appreciate Arcade for reminding me. James, information for starting an Imperial Japanese faction. Buddy, did you come to the right place? I will talk your ear off. Are you talking about specifically Bolt Action version 3? Or are you talking about Konflikt 47? Now, my big disclaimer is I'm not a competitive guy, so I can give you some advice, but it won't be very meta. I don't know how well it will do in your local area. I can tell you it's fun. I have fun with my lists. I played some people in the chat. I played against RK. RK has played against my Japanese. I think they're fun. So. I play, more Konflikt 47. Okay, I can definitely help with that. So, depending on how you want to play your forces, what I would definitely look into is, it may sound very trite, but I would highly recommend, especially if you can get it for a good price, I would recommend picking up the Imperial Japanese Konflikt 47 starter box, and I'll tell you why. I know you're like, obviously I'd pick the starter box, it's not helping at all. But here's why, and here's what I do that makes it a little bit different. So the starter box comes with 5 battle frame infantry. It comes with 30 actual infantry models. There's 6 guys on a sprue. And then you get a Scorpion Lightwalker that can take a compression cannon or a light AT cannon. And you get a Type 97 Chiha Shinhoto, which can take either a medium AT gun, the howitzer, or the compression cannon. So how I would recommend building out your force, and this is just my idea, because you get 5 battle frame infantry, the way I like to build that is I like to use one of them to make as your officer, and he's a battle frame officer. I take the other 4, and you can just trash bash or kit bash. If you have some Panzerfaust lying around, not a lot of people do, you know, or Panzerschreck, sorry, you can attach it to him if you want, or you could just grab some straws, like a random straw off a drink, it doesn't matter. You know, kind of cut it to fit and just paint it green and just glue it to the back of them. And now you have 2 battle frame Panzerschreck teams. They're anti-tank battle frame teams. They're awesome because they're tough and they're fast. I've recently used them in that Tijuana game I was talking about, and they're absolutely lethal. Is it 24, not 30? I'll take a look. I thought it was 30. Let me take a look. I thought it was 30 infantry in the box. Let me take a look. He's saying it's only 24. Give me a second here, because that'll change a little bit on how I build it. But let me take a look. Alright, so we got here. Yeah, okay, so he's right, it is 24. Thank you, good correction. So, it is 24, which actually still isn't bad. So, there's 6, or is that 6 sprue, so you get 4, yeah, 6 guys to a sprue, so you get 4 sprue. That's still really good. You can still build that out as, so what I would recommend with that is probably building him out as, you know, 2 10-man rifle squads, you know, throwing some SMGs where you can, and that still gives you bodies to build some light mortar teams. And then like I said, those 5 battle exosuits, I call them battle frames. 1 I'd make your officer, and the other 4 I'd break into 2 AT battle frame teams. For your Scorpion, you absolutely positively want to pay the extra points and model it with the light compression cannon. Now here's a controversial opinion. Depending on what you're doing, luckily you have 2 different turrets, so you're not going to lose anything modeling. For your Chiha tank, I actually generally run my Chihas with the regular howitzer turret, just because that HE is just really nice. If you want, you can run it with a compression can or compression turret. The medium AT gun has much better range, but you get less shots. With a compression cannon, you're getting about 3 shots, which are pretty cool. So, to answer your question very loosely, that's what I recommend, James. Pick up the Konflikt 47 Japanese Armory starter set. Build it with a Japanese battle exosuit officer. Take the other 4, turn them into 2 AT teams. Take your 24 guys, make them as two 10-man squads or probably 2 light mortar teams, and then run your Scorpion Light Walker with a compression cannon. And then your Chi-Ha, I would build both turrets and just swap them as need be. So you can't do lunge mines, Edscar. There are no lunge mines in Conflict 47, sadly. That's why I rely so much on the AT exosuit infantry. Now, I don't know what's coming down the pipeline for 2nd edition of Conflict 47, but currently in Conflict 47, there are no lunge mines or suicide. There's no suicide anti-tank teams or suicide anti-tank models. So everything you said so far, Edscar, has been dead on, especially with the 24. I appreciate the help of the information, but that is one thing that I think you are overlooking. I don't know if you're saying that for current Conflict 47, because it's not in the Conflict 47 books, you can't use it, you know? But now, again, for 2nd edition, that's what they say, and I hope that's very true, you know, but we shall see. I'm just giving the recommendation to James because he asked on what you can do for current Conflict 47. So you can always add lunge mines. They're super easy to make. Like I said, James, that's just my own style. The way I play it, if it's, you know, I'm an old grognard. I show up with the books in hand. You know, I still have all. If I don't have a book, I don't play the unit if it's not in the book. So that's just my style. You know, I know there's FAQs and I always download those as well. But if it's not in the books and it's not the FAQ, then I personally wouldn't field it. But like I said, we'll see what comes down the pipeline for 2nd edition. I'm excited. And it's funny because when you look at the actual Japanese Army starter box, there's a guy with a lunge mine, and it's absolutely on the sprue. It's just there's no rules for it, sadly. But the biggest thing is wait for a good deal. Like I said, usually these, depending on where you are in the world, for us here in the States, when these start collecting Conflict 47 boxes drop to around like $100 or like $108 US, it's generally a good deal. Anything above 120, you're not really saving anything, you know, because you do get a rule book. It'll be the older rule book. You do get order dice, you know, pin markers. You get a lot of good stuff in there, but I mean, you can actually break it down like penny for penny, dollar for dollar, pound for pound, and see like when it actually hits its zenith on whether it's you're saving money or not. But generally what I say is when it's around the $100 point, it's truly a good purchase. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm hoping they put rules in for lunge mines or suicide tank teams in Conflict 47. I miss them. That's why I lean so much into my AT battle frames. They're fucking awesome. They're fast and they're tough and they're absolutely lethal. And I will drop a link to Easy Army for you, James. I'm not sure if you've ever used it before, but this will help you build your actual Conflict 47 list. I always recommend do list building, like build a couple lists before you buy, you know, so you kind of know what you're getting into. There you go. So Easy Army is a free website that allows you, and yes, they did misspell conflict, but it's all right. This will allow you to kind of, oh, I'm sorry, my Tiki mask is going all weird. He's getting all shifty-eyed. All right, there we go. It's a free website. Allows you to kind of build your Conflict 47 lists, you know? Currently, Conflict 47 isn't in the Warlord app, so that's why I use the army for it. Yeah, it's funny you say that, Matthew. Would it be cool? Yes, but I'm not gonna lie, and I built them a lot. I'm not saying I'm the resident expert. I'm definitely not, but I have no complaints. Obviously, I'm biased too, but I have no complaints with the IJA sprue. I think the only thing that'd be cool to add is maybe some different heads, I guess, like, you know, different helmets or different hats. You know, maybe incorporate the snilf and some other stuff, but maybe get like some plastic snilfs would be cool. Like a plastic snilf sprue would be really neat with like their very telltale gas mask, you know. But the plastic sprue for the Imperial Japanese is just absolutely awesome. It's got, off the top of my head, it has one katana in a sheath. It has one katana, you know, in hand with the sheath in the other hand. It has at least 2 light machine guns. It has 1 pole, which can be a flagpole or lunge mine. I think it has a sniper rifle. It may or may not have a sniper rifle. It has at least 1 light mortar, a grenade discharger, you know, the knee mortar. Shit ton of Arasaka rifles. And it has, I think, 1 submachine gun. So it's not a lot of submachine guns, but the Imperial Japanese don't often get a lot of submachine guns. So 1 for every 6 bodies is actually a lot. Yeah, I really have. I mean, I think some people complain about the faces on the models. I don't know. I never looked that specific. I never like looked that close. I never looked that close to the faces. Again, I can't paint that well, so I don't really give a shit. Yeah, dude, RK is killing it with his painting, man. You're motivating, RK. You really are. I appreciate it. Alright, let's get to finishing this guy. Grab some wood. Oh, there's actually at least 1 Nambu pistol on the sprue. I think at least 1. I think there's 1 pair of loose binoculars, and then I think like 1 pair of binoculars in a binocular case. Yeah, you actually get a shit ton. I'm just trying to think all off the top of my head. I could be getting some stuff wrong, but. Now, to be fair though, comparing that to some of the other newer plastic kits that come out, like thinking about the American Ranger box that has a shit ton of special weapons, like every sprue comes with at least 1 bazooka, you know, and like some Bangalores, which you could take the Bangalores and kind of like model and paint them to look like a stretcher for like an aid and litter team. So yeah, some of the newer boxes have a lot of cool value in it, you know. So yeah, I think doing a new plastic sprue would be kind of cool, but I think just making like a snilf sprue would be awesome. I think because they don't have bazookas, I think the one thing to add to a Imperial Japanese sprue that I think would be really cool, it might cost them money though, and I don't understand the whole modeling thing, so this is just my opinion. Something that would be really cool is I would like to see their AT rifles. That would be really cool. I know they sell metal AT rifle teams, you know, But the Imperial Japanese, their AT rifle compared to some other countries was absolutely awesome. It was one of their guns, yeah, one of their AT rifles. It was really well designed. It's like one of their few small arms that was absolutely well designed. 20 millimeter magazine fed, semi-automatic. they were insane. They were very, and again, you have to think about when they were using them in China against, you know, older, smaller types of tanks, and against what they were really effective against. From my reading, this is just from my reading, right? When they're using them in Manchuria and in mainland China, they use their AT rifles a lot to engage and suppress and neutralize anti-tank guns. So when you had a couple of Chinese warlords would set up, you know, like AT guns with like gun shields and stuff like that, the Imperial Japanese would suppress it, and then they maneuver in some AT rifles and just absolutely pepper the shit with some 20 mil AP rounds, and either suppress it or kill the crew, and then move up and take it out. But yeah, I would like to see some AT rifles. Imperial. I have multiple teams. I have one for IJA and one painted for IJN. But in 3rd edition bolt action, I lean more heavily towards anti-tank rifles than snipers. And in Konflikt 47, AT rifles are absolutely worth their weight in gold. At least they were under current Konflikt 47 rules. Under current Konflikt 47, and again, I don't talk about 2nd edition because it's not out yet. I don't like to speculate because it sucked to be wrong and to lead you guys astray. So I only talk about what I know about and what I can point to in a book, like physically, right? So games I played for the current Konflikt 47, AT rifles are awesome. AT rifles, you know, autocannons, stuff like that, they're absolutely great. They do serious damage to heavy infantry, you know, lighter walkers, zombies. They're Shrek Wolfen. Yeah, AT rifles are absolutely worth their weight in gold in Konflikt 47. That's why I always tell people, if you don't feel strongly about either faction, because some people do, like I was instantly drawn to Imperial Japanese, right? But some people not really sure what faction to go to. So for the first, yeah, RK got it. RK knows exactly where I'm going. So for the current Konflikt 47, what I'd always recommend is the Soviet starter box. It's a good army. They have a lot of different stuff, a lot of different types of tech from other factions. You know, so you get to test out a lot of different kind of stuff. You know, which is kind of neat. You get watered down super soldiers like Paragons. You get, you know, werebears instead of werewolves and stuff like that. But more importantly, Soviets can take a shit ton of AT rifles. Their Mark 1 Soviet armor have like cut down AT rifles, plus you can also take AT rifles with a lot of your infantry options. So the Soviets were a great faction to start off in Konflikt 47 because they had such easy access to AT rifles. And one of the biggest things is when you look at it, you know, pound for pound, dollar for dollar, or ruble for ruble, whatever the fuck you're using. The Soviet starter box for the first conflict, for a current Konflikt 47, it's an amazing value. For the amount of troops and models you get, the value is insane. So that's why I'd always recommend that as their first faction, and then kind of branch out from there. Well, no. So for current Konflikt 47 with the tough rule, it's basically if you're coming from other games, it's kind of like a 5-up and vulnerable save, unless your weapon has a pin value of 2. You know, so like a heavy machine gun has a pin value of 1. So heavy machine guns are still good, don't get me wrong, but when you start using something that has a pin value of 2, so that's starting at like AT rifles, you know, those start really wrecking shop. Think less heavy howitzers and think more like anti-aircraft guns. So if you have like a 2.2 centimeter German gun, or like my beloved Imperial Japanese, we have the absolutely GOAT, the Type 98 AA truck. Or if you just take our, if you take the Imperial Japanese 20mm AA gun and you keep it as an actual fixed gun, you can pay to put a second barrel on that bad boy. Double the pleasure, double your fun. You can just start throwing so much 20mm down range, and you can absolutely shred Totem Core. I haven't played with a Whirlwind. You may need to take a look at the Whirlwind. I'm not sure if they're if it's like HE or not. So that's some of the problem is you'll have to take a look at the you'll have to take a look at the pin value. I think they're running as autocannons now, but yeah. Think about that, yeah. Any kind of anti-aircraft thing. So yeah, Whirlwind or some of the other ones. Yeah, because the way the Whirlwind works in 3rd edition bolt action is not the way it's going to work in Konflikt 47. So autocannons get a little funky between the 2 editions, or between the 2 games currently. It's all going to get brought in line. So yeah. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. So like I said, anything that's basically anti-aircraft gets repurposed in Konflikt 47 very quickly. As I said, I can only advise you on what works in current Konflikt 47, but that, to me, that's not worth buying things for because the new edition is coming out so soon in September. I think it's better to kind of just get models that you like the look of, you know? But some things like AT rifles are never going to go out of style. Some of the strong Konflikt 47 units, at least for the 1st edition, or at least for the current edition, like I said, I've seen a lot of success with Mud Skippers. Mud Skippers are great. Bazooka arms are not. Scorpion Light Walkers, they're glass cannons. They can punch above their weight class real well, but once they start taking hits, they'll get... Because you gotta understand, pins in Konflikt 47 is that old style, so pins do stack and they will absolutely affect your accuracy when you shoot. So it's very easy to kind of render a unit ineffective at firing by pinning the living shit out of it. One of my favorites is the Panther X, particularly with the Surefield projector with the gravity cannon. Now, yes, you can take the gravity cannon on a Puma, you can take it on a Panzer IV, you can even take it as like a towed artillery piece if you want. But on the Panther, it is nasty because the Panther still has that frontal sloped armor, so it still has that 10-up armor in the front, and it still has a medium machine gun in its bow with, you know, Hitler's buzzsaw roll. So the gravity, it's just ultimately that vehicle is worth its points. No one's not saying a King Tiger X with a heavy rail cannon is not effective. It absolutely is, you know. But a Panther X is just, it just occupies a unique spot in the game, at least for current Konflikt 47. It is terrifying on the battlefield because that gravity cannon will mess up armored infantry, but even against regular infantry or zombies, it'll slow them down because you slow them down and then you cut them to pieces with your Hitler's buzzsaw mini machine gun. and you can just park in the back and do that because when they shoot at you, you have that front slope armor. So yeah, they're absolutely nasty. Escar, I mean, kind of. I can see when people say anti-material rifles are very similar. As far as no one really running AT rifles, my opinion on that would just be it's just an advancement of technology. You now have vehicles that run automatic autocannons. Well, automatic autocannons, I guess, kind of a stupid term, but you know, looking at Bradleys, or for the British, looking at y'all's old Scorpion CVTs, you know, running like a 20 millimeter Bushmaster cannon. You know, when you have a 20 millimeter Bushmaster cannon, you don't really need like a guy in the bush with a semi-automatic 20 mil. Yeah, Matthew, that Panther, I'm telling you, that Panther X is absolutely nasty. It'll lock down a part of a board. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, between the gravity cannon, the medium machine gun that has Hitler's buzzsaw, and that front armor, you just position, you got to protect its flanks, right? You don't want troops, you know, doing the 4S and maneuvering on you and hitting you in the ass, but you can lock down a whole section of a board with that Panther X. It is... It is not to be trifled with. Well, Edgar, you might have seen mine in the actually, you know what, let me drop a video to it. Let me do a little self-promotion here. The only battle report I have for Konflikt 47, a little 500-point game. My Cult of Imhotep, they have a Panther X. And because it looks like a giant eye, you're right, that's why I call it the Eye of Horus. It has all sorts of cool like hieroglyphics on it and stuff. So it doesn't do the dice rolls. I went for more of a narrative style. But also, fun fact, the sound effects you hear in that, as far as like the actual bullets in the magazine, those are real, but it's not 8mm Nambu. That's actually 9mm NATO, and that's in my personal PPS 43C. My my pistol that fires from a closed bolt. Yeah, it's a full ass PPS 43. It's from Radin, Poland. It's just rechambered from 7.62 Tokarev to 9mm NATO. So when you hear all those effects, you know, when he's like loading the magazine and stuff like that, that's actually me doing it. It's kind of funny. But yeah, in that game, I took an opposing force of the Germans as Axis, as the Cult of Imhotep, and I let people who were walking by play them. And one guy who knew what he was doing put that Panther X there and just started. He dropped my truck and he just started machine gunning, you know, all the guys like that. Luckily, I pinned it really quickly with my Scorpion. If I hadn't pinned it with a Scorpion and affected its accuracy, that thing would have actually demolished that whole side of the board. And it would have been nasty. Alright. Let me start finishing this guy up. What do we have left? I gotta do the wraps on his feet. For that, I think we're going to do... I'm gonna use Agerstoons. But I appreciate the question, James. I know I kind of went off on one for like 40 minutes talking about that, but yeah. But I can only give you advice on like what's good now. I have no idea what's coming down the pipeline, so if you want to get models, that's what I'd recommend. If you want to hang out and wait to see what drops and get the plastic kits, that's also good. Now, what I will say, keep an eye out on YouTube. There may be a video coming down the pipeline soon, talking about a really good way to kind of get ready for Konflikt 47 via bolt action. I can't say any more, you know, but keep your eyes peeled. I never said I was a professional at this car. I just somebody gives me a thing, and I just kind of go crazy on it and talk about it for a little while. That's kind of the feel. That's kind of the feel of the whole stream. You know, we just kind of talk about whatever pops up. Maybe we'll see. I may be deemed too much of a loose cannon or high risk to do a collab. We'll see. I'm not sponsor friendly. Yeah, y'all and your little like Tiki lore that I'm causing all these international flashpoints. I swear. I feel like the DIA is going to show up on my doorstep or in my inbox. I feel like nothing's going to happen when you go for like a security clearance background check. And they're like, do you have any aliases? No. They're like, oh, really? Who's Tiki the Hut? I'm like, oh, fuck me. Oh. What's funny is these Siberian Terriers are barefoot, and as I'm sitting here painting their feet, I keep thinking about Die Hard. You know, he ends up barefoot running around. Like, now I got a machine gun. Ho ho ho. Best Christmas movie. I gotta turn the brightness on a little bit. Yeah, you can see the kind of dirty foot wraps they have kind of going on. Gotta touch up some of the metal that's shining through, and yeah, move on to the next one. Have my master one done. I don't know. I may do camo stripes on it. I don't know. I hate to have to repaint the thing all over again. I may do actual camo paint on it, just like how I did with the Dot Other Motherland. You know, you can kind of see like a little bit of camo paint, like grease paint on her bare arms. I may do that on these guys. I'm not sure. May leave them kind of how they are and just put a camo cloak on them. Yeah, I have some daughters. I'm sorry, I should have kind of passed. So here's my master example so I can finish my other daughters. So for my South American, Central American, and Caribbean themes, I went for kind of a subdued style. So they have like brown leather trench coats, green pants. They do have red body armor on, you know, black Ushanka hats, and then I give them kind of camo painted arms. So it's kind of supposed to look more like a, you know, like they're starting an uprising in South America kind of thing. Yeah, the propaganda does work. I wanted these to be kind of like, they're still good propaganda, but so the lore kind of behind it is they're traveling to the, you know how Russians are really good at, especially in the lore now for Common 47, they lean a lot into espionage and spying and stuff like that. So for this, they kind of traveled to the Caribbean area under the guise of a traveling Russian circus. So the trained bears in the circus are actually Ursus infantry, you know. Some of the gymnasts and trapeze artists, they're all daughters of the motherland. And the carny folk who are like kind of going around and like building the tent and kind of like moving all the stuff around, they're actually the Siberian Terrors. So that's why I have them kind of over here. Same thing, I have some Ursus infantry. And I went with green pants, again, trying to make them look more like they're ready for the Central American, South American, and Caribbean theater, you know? So yeah, I have the Soviets basically putting in all their special forces in via the cover of a traveling Russian circus. Kind of funny, slightly clever. Ah, that's right. I do need to do the eyes before I can call that unit finished. Let me do the eyes for it. Yep, that's the event I'm looking forward to, RK. After our Clash of the Caribbean, I'm looking forward to our Once Upon a December, our huge, massive apocalypse-style clash between. For those who don't know, I talk about it all the time, but the other event we're running is called Once Upon a December, and it's going to be a Konflikt 47 event, and the lore behind it so far is that the Commonwealth and the Americans, the OSS, SOE, and stuff like that, they stumbled across a girl claiming to be Anastasia, and so they're trying to put her back on the throne to bring the Tsardom back in Russia. And so you have a whole bunch of white Russians kind of running back to her banner, and they're supported by Commonwealth and allied Lend-Lease equipment. And so that's causing a whole internal strife for the Soviet Union, so they're having to deal with that, and that puts a pause in the whole Eastern Front between them and the Axis. And in the meantime, the Imperial Japanese are taking that time to make a land grab, try and go up towards like Vladivostok, you know, from Manchuria. So it's going to be so the way we're building it is to be an absolutely huge snow map. Tons of tanks, tons of walkers. It's going to be an absolute blast. That would be cool. Have the Mad Monk come back as a Conflikt 47 unit. That would be insane. That would be pretty cool. Obviously, he'd have a little bit less weight below the trousers, you know, after they lop that thing off. Alright, let me finish the eyes on this guy. Nope. We don't talk about the King in Yellow. Absolutely not. Nope. That's how this shit gets started. Then I'm gonna go downtown and it's gonna be like, hey, there's a showing in your local theater. I'm like, oh, damn it. RK cursed me. Not again. All right. Some piercing blue eyes, you know? There we go. It took a while for the camera to focus. See the grenades tucked on his belt. He's got his shiv, which is absolutely needed as part of the Penal Legion. Alright, sorry about that. Just drinking some coffee. Alright. We have a mostly done master copy to go off of now. So now we know roughly what these guys are going to kind of look like. So to give them a camo cloak, and we're there. Yeah, the blue ended up, once it dried, it was too dark blue. Both the greens I tried were just looking a little too weird, so we decided to go with just skin tone. Which, I don't know, I said I like the look of it. I think it looks alright. I think especially with the like crazy looking blue eyes, I think it works. And I know you're probably thinking, like, why would you use Siberian Terror Squads, like a an actual winter warfare unit in South America or Central America or the Caribbean, because they're also immune to flamethrowers, at least in current Conflict 47. So flamethrowers obviously extremely useful in jungle slash subtropical environments, so having a unit that's immune to flamethrowers would be extremely beneficial. Alright, back to paint your pants orange again. In case you're curious what orange this is, same one I use in my orcs. I really like it. It is Contrast Magma Droth Flame. Big fan. It goes on really well when you prime it with Zandari Dust. It gives it a really good, if you're looking for like convict pants, it's a good combo. I like stuff that makes my painting life easier. I'm really hoping the cannon fodder models. You know, let me try. Once I finish this guy's pants, let me bust out at least the torso of a cannon fodder model and kind of compare it and see kind of what the size ratio looks like, and we'll see if they make decent. Because I said, if they end up being a decent size ratio, I mean, can you imagine Warlord, Wargame Atlantic, cannon fodder box? You get 30 guys. Granted, they come with no bases, but you get 30 guys, and they have rifles, but you can cut the rifles down to look like SMGs. Super easy kit bash there, you know. Or same thing, you can just cut their hand off and throw on whatever SMG you want from your bits box, and you can get that box can make 30 Siberian Terrors. Fuck's sake, that's gonna be awesome. I hope the size comparison's there, because they have the same thing. They're bald and they have the collar on their neck, so it works. Alright, just about finished this pants. I'm super excited to see. Alright, the Grognard's heavy weapon box also works for teams if you want to make your medium weapons look more stuff. Yeah, I know. I about to say, I think you probably use them a lot to make your, I think it was your dad who was making those very classic style British, like guard style, you know, it's pretty cool. Yeah, everywhere I go, I see more and more people talking about Konflikt 47. I see bigger YouTube channels, you know, obviously everyone's bigger than me, but I see like people in the thousands subscribers are starting to talk about Konflikt 47 and getting into it. So Konflikt 47 could not have come, second edition could not have come at a better time with all the stuff going on with, you know, Trench Crusade and 40k and 30k and stuff like that. What a great time. All they gotta do is keep it reasonably priced. You don't want to go into the, I forgot what the name of it, but the Star Wars game. It looks cool, but man, those prices. Prices are very similar to current day Konflikt 47 prices with all the metal units that are discontinued. They're expensive. Alright, so there are his pants done. And instead of painting the pants on the other two guys, which I need to do, we are going to, real quick, assemble, or at least get the body down, of a body cut loose of a cannon fodder, and we're going to compare the size. I'm pretty excited about this. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Our time has come. Well, what I've been saying for years is when you get a good sized Konflikt 47 game going under the current rules, it feels, the best way to describe it is it feels like a diesel punk version of Titanfall 2. You know, where you have like pilots running around and, you know, like NPC units on the ground. You have like some walkers stopping here and there. That's what it felt like when we did that 1250 game at Tijuana, or fighting. We weren't at Tijuana, but the gameplay took place in Tijuana. So alright. So I got some stuff out of the Wargame Atlantic cannon fodder box. Here are the sprues. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah, those sprues are gonna work. Ladies and gentlemen, we just figured out how to get an absolute shit ton of Siberian Tears. Because you also have these bald heads with little bomb collars, so yeah, it's gonna work perfect. Probably the hardest part is cutting down the rifles, the last guns that come in there, and turning those into SMGs. If you have a lot of SMGs from your bits box from other Warlord units, or Warlord Games units, I'd probably use those. Otherwise, yeah, you are gonna have to cut these down. So, let me walk you guys through what I'm thinking here. Where'd my Chichio go? There it is. Where's my blade? Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. We'll take a look at this one right here. Alright, so we have a last gun. So what I'm thinking is we'll keep the stock, we'll keep the pistol grip, right? I'm gonna cut off the the last cell magazine, right where this little like kind of textured hand grip is. Let's see. There you go. So where this textured grip is, I'm gonna keep that, but I'm gonna cut it off right there. I'm gonna cut back all of that. I'm gonna take this. I guess it would be like a flash suppressor, I guess, for the last gun. I'm gonna move that all the way back onto there. So it's gonna look almost like a kind of a, and then I'll take the last cells or whatever, and I'll attach them to the side. So it kind of looks like a homemade, almost like a pipe submachine gun, kind of like a Soviet ghetto style of a Sten, if that makes sense. So it'll be a side mag. We're taking this, the flash suppressor, we're moving that all the way back into here, cutting this part out. We're cutting off the mag and sticking it on the side. Yeah, the bodies fit perfect. Right now we're trying to figure out how to make a shit ton of the submachine guns. And same thing, you can cut off all the bayonets and just turn those into knives, so that works. So, yeah, let me cut out this rifle and dick around with it and see what I can make. So if you're a 3D printer, it's easy for you. Just 3D print a shit ton of submachine guns, and you're in the money. But let me see what I can make from this box. I'm probably... I'm gonna have to reach out and try and change my vow, because I was gonna build these guys as like Death Corps of Krieg style squads, but I think I'd much rather build them as Konflikt 47 units. I didn't even think about that. Alright. So we have our gun right here. So again, we're going to, if you can imagine it with me, imagination. So we are going to cut off the magazine, and we're going to make it load from the port side of the weapon system, or the left side. We're going to cut off the flash suppressor, and we're going to cut off the large square part above the handguard and move that flash suppressor all the way back. And we're going to cut off the sights on top as well. Alright. Luckily I have a whole bunch of these to fuck with to try to figure out what I want to do. So, alright. Let's kit bash a clock. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, so that's the downside is I'll show you. They're not bare chested, right? So they're wearing like full on prison convict clothing. So I'm pretty sure they do have space nom ones, so that are like catechins, you can do those if you want. But you can mix bare chest with these ones, you know. On the plus side, I did make kind of a cool shotgun. I mean, I'm still working, but if you cut off the flash suppressor and you cut off the blast cell or whatever, you actually make a pretty decent sci-fi shotgun. That's kind of cool. RK, you're absolutely correct. That is how you 100% get a visit from the ATF. Sorry, I thought I was muted for that loud snip. My bad. I haven't done this much on the fly modification to a weapon since the Khyber Pass. Huh? Shit herder Sean? There's one for you. For legal purposes, that was a joke. So let me show you what I have so far. That's what I have. I've cut that rifle down to that. Let me lower the light so you can see a little bit. So I think I'm going to do a magazine loading from the port side of the weapon system, which makes sense because you have the you have a charging handle here on the right side. So that kind of makes sense. All right, this is an unexpected shift in the knife, and I'm super excited. We've now learned. Let me double check the book. I'm pretty sure, again, under the current, again, I think their weapon systems might change. It looks like they have a whole new name and everything in the new Konflikt 47 anyways. They look all badass. Looks like they have a whole different name. They actually look like, I don't know, and if anyone's from these countries, I apologize. I think the Danish special forces have that kind of like that look where they wear like that sniper veil all the time. But anyways, looks like they have different rules now and they go by a different name, but I'll look up for current edition. Okay, so the Siberian Terror Squad, yeah, I haven't done a short on them yet. So they come with a knife, right? And they come with 5 guys, but you can add up to 5 more, and they each come with a knife. You can pay 3 points extra and give each one of them a submachine gun. And then up to 2 of them can also have Panzerfaust if they have submachine guns. So they only come with knives, they only come with shivs like any good Penal Legion soldier. You can pay extra points to give them a submachine gun if you want. They're immune to fire, they're fanatic, and they're fast. So, like, if you liked bamboo spear fighters, you could do the exact same thing with Cyber Terror Squads. Just don't pay to give them submachine guns. Just give them their shivs and just run them at the enemy because they're fast and fanatic and they're veterans. And they're immune to flamethrowers. So you can absolutely basically do, you know, Bamboo Spear Fighter 2 Siberian Boogaloo if you want. Yeah, Squirrel Gunner Sean, we made a comment about the Kyber Pass because I was taking a last gun from the Wargame Atlantic Cannon Fodder kit, and I was basically taking a full last gun and chopping off the pieces and cutting it down to try and make a submachine gun for these units. Because it turns out the bodies work perfect. So I'm making like a homemade. I think there's a story. I'll have to look it up. Hopefully someone here from across the pond. Hopefully there's a British subject in the chat who can give us some more information. Never shy about doing that. But I think there's a story about a British subject who made a submachine gun like in his shed and tried to like enter it into a contract, I think, and everybody like lost their mind. But yeah, I'm making like a homemade style, like prison made style submachine gun, very crude. And I'm trying to only use the bits from the last gun that I cut up. So that way I can actually make these guys fully with just the box. Alright, here we go. So we'll wait for this to focus a little bit. There it goes, focusing. So it's got a stock, pistol grip, and a barrel, and then it's a side loader. So I know it's not the best quality. Oh, there it is. Yep, that was Phil Bluty. Yep, there you go. Oh, see, I was hoping someone would correct me. I thought he entered it into a thing. Yeah. Well, yeah. So, we're saying all submachine guns are easy, not necessarily. You know, when you have like a delayed rollback. You know, when you start talking like B5s, it's different. But if you're talking like a blowback system that fires from an open bolt position, then yeah, they are easy. So, you know, it's not every submachine gun. They're different now, but anything that works off pure blowback and fires from the open bolt is insanely easy to make. It may seem like a silly technicality, but if you have like a delayed blowback, it's a whole other system. Once that's finished, once that super glue is finally done, I can actually pick it up without breaking it. I'll put it in front of the camera where I can focus a little bit better. You're like, yeah, obviously. Well, obviously for me and you, but not for everybody, you know? I'll say one of the favorite submachine guns I ever shot. I had to do a FAM fire on it, familiarization fire. Shit, now I gotta think of the name. I think it's a PM12 is the proper term. I'll have to look up. It's called different. It has different names depending on which, you know, NATO designation, which country you're using. But long story short, it is a Beretta submachine gun. The magazine feeds in the middle. Pretty sure it's called a PM12. But those PM12s they were heavy, but they were absolutely awesome and stable. I can't tell you enough how heavy those things were, you know, but oh my god, did they soak up that recoil. It was a very flat firing submachine gun, and more importantly, again, it was heavy. You're talking about like pistol whipping or beating someone, that's the SMG to do it with. As you can kind of see my little submachine gun. So you can see the charging handle, you can see the barrel, it's got the stock, and it's got a port side magazine. And that's made just from one last gun from the that's made just from the last gun that comes in the cannon fodder kit. So just using the cannon fodder box, you could take this, so you cut off the bayonet, you use that for the knife, because all Siberian Terriers get knives, right? So you cut that off, save the knife, you take this rifle right here, you cut off the mag, you cut off the flash, we'll call it a flash suppressor, it's a last gun, but whatever the fuck, you cut that off, you cut this all the way back to the charging handle, you glue the flash suppressor all the way back into there, and then you glue the magazine loading in from the port side opposite of the charging handle. So it makes a little ghetto. Get into focus. You're not my supervisor. There we go. Yeah, so you take the rifle, there we go. Yeah, you cut off the blade, you cut off the suppressor, and you cut off the mag, and then there we go. It fights me all the time. It's fucking autofocus fights me. There it is. All right. So you cut off the bayonet. You save that for the knife for the other hand. You cut off, we'll call it the flash suppressor, and you cut off the magazine, right? And then you take your pliers or whatever you're using, your nippers, and you cut this all the way back to the charging handle. You bring this flash suppressor all the way back to that charging handle, and you glue the magazine loading in the port side on the other side of that charging handle. Oh, and then you lop off the iron sights on top, and then boom, you got a submachine gun. Yeah, muzzle shroud. I mean, technically, a last gun would have a flash suppressor. I mean, it's still a flash of laser light, so I think flash suppressor still works. Let's see if I can get this. There we go. Wait for it. There it is. Now to focus. So, and I'll clean up the glue lines. But there's our ghetto homemade prison submachine gun. You can tell it's got a stock, you know. It's got the actual, we'll call it the chamber. You have a pistol grip or the trigger. You have the barrel, and you have the side-loading magazine. So that looks like something that could easily be constructed and handed out to Penal Legion. So boom, and we figured out that with the Wargame Atlantic cannon fodder box that makes 30 convicts, you can actually chop down all the rifles. Yeah, I try to make it very like Sten / like Fallout pipe gun style, crude, very crude submachine gun, you know. But, yeah, we figured out with the Wargame Atlantic Death Fields cannon fodder box, you can make 30 let me count all the weapons. Hold on, let me count, make sure you can. I don't want to lead you guys astray here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 6 is... Oh, yeah. I want to make sure you had enough rifles, because I know there's like some plasma stuff and like some pistols. So I want to make sure you actually had enough of the rifle arms to make 30, and you do. So there's more than enough to make 30 guys, and you just cut those rifles down. And luckily, all the rifles are held with one hand. So it's very easy to cut them down. Yeah, luckily all the rifles are held with one hand, so it's super easy to cut them down. And just cut off the bayonet and use the bayonet as a knife. And boom, you have WYSIWYG Siberian Terrors. I'm sure if Warlord Games sees this... First off, Warlord Games does not watch the shit I make. Secondly, if they did, I'm sure they'd be like, can you not? So yeah, now if you want to get into Soviets for super cheap... I wouldn't say easy, because you have to like kit bash every single submachine gun. But if you want to get into Soviet Konflikt 47, you know, cheap, or more approachable or more affordable, grab a cannon fodder box. I have 2, so I could make 60 of these guys if I wanted. I'll probably just make 50. So 50 plus these guys make 55. And per the current rules, you could take them in 10-man squads. So that should be five 10-man squads of Siberian Terrors. That's fucking hysterical. I'm pretty excited about that, actually. And luckily, you can tell the bodies work well. So they're the little jumpsuits. The thing I wanted to show you is, look at the heads. So look, bald heads, and you can tell they have the bomb collar, the little device, or the little, you can do like the little shackles around their neck. And then when you look at the arms, what look like the cuffs on the sleeves, you can actually paint those black and make those look like the shackles on the hands. So you can absolutely make the end. Same thing, these guys are shirtless, so you can see the Rift Tech on their back, you know, that's kind of like filling them full of chemicals. And on these guys, they have their full clothes on, so you can just say it's underneath. So boom, there you go. Now you have a way to crank out 3 10-man squads of Siberian Terrors. That's pretty awesome. I will have to reach out to Ravinga because I dedicated these cannon fodder guys as like Deathcore of Krieg for the points. I'm pretty sure Siberian Terrors cost more points, so I'll probably just build them as Siberian Terrors and just take like the less amount of points. I'll see if it'll let me do that. Because I have these 2 boxes, you know, if I paint them as Siberian Terrors, I'll actually end up using them. Imagine that as a conflict force. Hold on, let me see what the points are. Alright, so they are 65 points for 5 guys with knives. Let's see. You can add 5 more for 13 points each. Alright, so we got 65. Alright, so it's 130 for 10 guys with knives. And then for the points, you add 3 points for each guy with an SMG. Okay. Super easy at 30 points. Boom. Alright, so it's 160 points. 160 points for 10 veterans that are fanatic and immune to fire. And they're fast. And that's before you pay the points to add Panzerfaust to them. Yeah, that's an absolute menace, and I love it. I'm just checking to see if that's more than what my Warhammer 40k points were for Deathcore Krieg. It might be. Oh yeah, it's a shit ton more. So I will change it. If he lets me, I'll change it over to these guys, but I'll stick with the lower points cost. You know, that way I'm not like trying to sneak more points into the competition. So I'll reach out to Ravinga, see what he thinks. Yeah. So basically they become They're even better than bamboo spearmen. I'll have to send this whole thing over to Morning Glory to have him think about it and take a look at it. I'm sure we'll get a crack out of it. So yeah, these guys have a knife and a submachine gun, right? They're fanatic, they're fast, and they're immune to fire. There's 10 of them, and they're veterans. Holy fucking shit. That's insane. That's a cool unit. I'm not gonna lie, I'm super excited about that. Alright. Let me get back to painting their orange pants. I may have to order another pot of this Magma Draw Flame. We're gonna be painting a lot of orange, boys. Alright. Yep. Oh yeah. And like I said, if you have the extra points to pay, you can each of those 10-man squads can have 2 Panzerfaust in them too. Yeah, these are like bamboo spear fighters on actual, what was that, Pervitin or whatever? Jesus. With antifreeze and vodka in their blood and Pervitin in their mouth. What do you mean to kill? What do you mean by that? They're veteran infantry, so. Scott the Bot, what's going on, buddy? We are painting up some Siberian Terrors, and we've also made the exciting discovery that you can kit bash Siberian Terrors using the cannon fodder box from Wargame Atlantic. I am super excited for that. Oh, Mad Larkin, I'll probably stay on a little bit extra, if you're down. Mad Larkin, we just figured something cool out. I was telling him, we have discovered that if you take the Wargame Atlantic, cannon fodder box, they are the same scale as the Siberian Terriers, and you can take the lasguns and cut them down and make a very crude submachine gun, and you can actually turn them into Siberian Terror squads. So as I sit here on 2 boxes of cannon fodder, I'm trying to save 10 for some Vault Dwellers for a Fallout project I have. So it gives me 50. I can make, and Siberian Terror squads, they come in, you can take them in groups of 10 if you pay the points for them. So they come with just knives, like shivs, like Penal Legion, but you can also pay to give them submachine guns. They have Fanatic, they're fast, and they're immune to fire. So they're basically like bamboo spear fighters, but on Pervitin. You know? That's insane. Yeah, so we're just painting these guys up right now. Yeah, I absolutely love using Wargame Atlantic to kit bash and come up with stuff. So, and same thing, you don't have to kit bash all these little submachine guns like I did. If you have a bunch of spare submachine guns from like other bolt action kits, and yeah, by all means use them. I don't. I use a lot of my spare submachine guns for my Imperial Japanese Navy, so I don't have any extra. So I was literally looking at the box. I'm like, okay, let me take this rifle. So I took the last gun. I cut off the flash suppressor, cut off the bayonet, cut off the last cell, I guess, or like the magazine. Cut the actual weapon system back to the charging handle, inserted the magazine on the port side on the opposite side of the charging handle, and re-glued the barrel, the flash suppressor, or barrel shot, whatever the hell you want to call it. Glued that there, so it looks like a prison post-apocalyptic made submachine gun. You know, super cheap, just firing from the open bolt, blowback. And because most of the rifles in the kit come with a bayonet, boom, there's your knife for the other hand. So you can actually make straight up WYSIWYG Siberian Terror guys from a box of cannon fodder. I'm going to post a whole bunch of pictures about it, and I'll let Morning Glory know if he wants to cover it on his channel. I'll probably put it on Reddit and a few other places. I'm sure Warlord Games will not be amused. Like, hey, can you fucking not? That'd be great. We're trying to make these new plastic versions of them. Like, hey, if you just kit bash this, like, hey. Nice. I'm excited to head down to Miami and meet up with you. I haven't been to Miami in a minute, but that's awesome. Yeah, anyone, when you visit the state of Florida, let me know. I'll see if I can, take some leave and schedule to come and have a beer or something like that. I got to meet up with Swark. That was really cool. Me and Swark met up and had tacos and beer, so. Yeah, so here's what my Siberian Terror guys, how I'm kind of painting them. So I'm giving them orange pants, make them look like convicts. You can see their dirty foot wrappings. You can see the submachine gun with a leather sling. God, why can't I think of the word sling? I gave him like creepy like blue eyes, you know? You can see his shiv. I should put a little blood on his shiv. And then you look on the back, that's when they have all the like weird auto injection stuff, you know, like stems that's pumping them full of antifreeze and vodka. But yeah, it was a pretty chill stream. We worked on these Siberian Terriers. We talked a little bit about the Type 94 Nambu pistol. That was kind of fun. Just because like the Sig P320, the M17 M18 is kind of in the news. So, and someone made a comparison one time to the Type 94 Nambu. So we talked about that. Talked about some of the similarities and dissimilarities and misnomers. And then as we were working on this, I was taking a look at the cannon fodder box. I'm like, you know, I feel like I could actually... I feel like I could kit bash these into tears. I think they look pretty cool. And sure enough, it is. So I'm pretty excited about that. Yeah. So originally gonna build those 50 guys as like Deathcore Creek style Penal Legion, but now that I know I can make them into the actual like legit Konflikt 47 units, oh absolutely, I'm gonna go that way. Still do it for the Val, still do it for the same points. It's technically more points if I did it the Konflikt 47 way. I'll still check with Rafinga and make sure it's okay. But I'm still building the same amount of models. It's just the equipment looks a little different, you know, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm gonna keep the points value I have instead of adding more points. That'd be shitty. Always err on the side of, you know, gentlemen. But yeah, nice guys absolutely look like a Penal Legion. The best part is I'm damn sure I have some spare Panzerfaust too, so I'm gonna start, because you can take them in groups of 10 and you can throw 2 Panzerfaust into each one, as long as they have a submachine gun. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. So yeah, if I were technically to valve this Konflikt 47, it'd be a shit ton of extra points, but I'm like, nah, let me keep the points count what it is. But it's the same body, it's just, you know, the WYSIWYG's a little different. So I'm gonna double check with Rafinga to make sure it's on the up and up. Yeah, in case anyone's curious, I primed them in Zandari Dust, and I used this, what is it, Magma Droth Flame, and it gives you, like, legit Penal Legion colors. Yeah, so I vowed Deathcore of Krieg squads, it ended up being, like, 300 something points for, like, 50 of them. You know, versus if I vowed them as, you know, 50 Siberian Terror Squads, it'd be like 800 points. It's insane. So, I'm going to keep it the cheaper points cost that I originally vowed, the 40k. I doubt that, RK. I think it's the correct call. One person, one pitcher. These are the Sangria rules. The bad idea is eating the fruit. Never eat the fruit until the next morning to get over your hangover. Do not eat the fruit before bed. damn it. Now I have to go get out. Now I have to go and get a couple Rioja bottles and make some sangria. It's like too late. Yeah, that's the one thing. Yeah, don't eat the fruit before you go to bed. Always save the fruit for when you wake up in the morning. It's kind of like the hair of the dog mentality. It puts off your thing. Oh yeah, getting there. A Malbec with a cherry juice. Oof, oof. Oh my god. That's lethal. I made one out of, I made a sangria using port one time. That shit was like a death cult Kool-Aid. I brought that to a party one time. I'm telling you, people were dropping like it was Jonestown. I'm talking like they drink a couple of glasses and they just hit the deck and woke up the next day. It was bad. But I can't say this. If you find yourself in Florida and you go up to St. Augustine, take the time to enjoy the local sangria. Every single place you go, every bar, restaurant, cafe, hotel, they all make their own different sangrias and they're all delicious. It's a good thing about it being an old Spanish settlement. They know how to make their sangria. That is called a good evening, Scott. That sounds like a perfect evening, man. When I was on vacation in St. Augustine, when everybody else went to bed, I went down to the courtyard where they had like a really nice fountain going, you know, so it was keeping it kind of cool because it was really hot. When we went, it was like, because Tampa where I'm at, doesn't get that hot, you know. But in St. Augustine, it got like hot. Like even at night, it was like 88 degrees Fahrenheit, like freedom degrees, you know? So, what would that be? Like 60 something Celsius for you guys? Like 65 Celsius, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, at night it was like 88. So you're hanging out down in the courtyard where the sea breeze blows in, cause we're right by the water near the fountain. I'm just sitting there with a big old bottle of like local muscadine wine, and I have a pipe and some tobacco, sitting there enjoying it. As you guys see this piece of terrain, this is one of the mini pieces of terrain I gotta get ready for the Clash of the Caribbean. This will be on the beach landing map. Will actually be 2 of these. So there's 3 different missions. So there's 6 people showing up. It's just a social event, so it's not a tournament, so it doesn't really matter who wins or loses. Sounds cheesy, I know, but eh. So there's 3 different missions on 3 different maps. The mission sticks to the map, you know. So whatever map you're playing on, that's the mission. So for the beach map, it is a seek and destroy with dawn assault and deep water special rules, and you're doing a meeting engagement, so long sides on a 4x4 map. So, and it's prepared positions on both sides, so it's kind of cool. Turn 1's night fighting, you know, so you shouldn't really lose any units on the first turn. It doesn't quite happen that way, so it's kind of neat. Just a simple seek and destroy, you know, destroy all the enemy units. Second map is the jungle ruins with lots of rivers, and that's the top secret, but you know, with 3 nuns and one of them's a spy. We call it Bad Habit. Same thing. That's gonna be meeting engagement and long access to the long sides of the table. So that should be pretty easy. And the third one is going to be an abandoned airfield, and it's key positions, but you're fighting over like airdrop supplies, and that's actually quarters. Well, it's funny. It's not even So the funny thing about that is it's not even bragging rights. There is prize support. There are 3 awards. There's the most tactical. So whoever makes like the coolest like single tactical or tactical move, like someone who pulls off something absolutely awesome, you know, like a sniper who takes out like an observer or something like something really cool. You know, it's like a movie moment. There's that award. There's most talented. So there's gonna be a little armies on parade for all 6 people. Whoever has the best painted and modeled and kit bash and themed army will win that award. And then there's the most Tiki award. I know it's kind of douchey to name after myself, but it's for the most sportsman. Of course, that's like the highest coveted award with the biggest prize support. And again, there's 6 players, so they're all going to vote on it themselves. I'm only going to vote as a tiebreaker. So the cool thing is there's 3 awards and 6 people, so you have a 50% chance of walking away with an award. So, and again, like I said, it's not a tournament, you know. I mean, you know, you'll always know like who did the best, you know. Maybe there'll be something small for them, like maybe like a lei or something like that, or a hat. But it's not really like, hey, I got first place. It's like, it's just a social event, you know. It's like, hey, we're here, we're playing 3 500-point matches, you know, just kind of tossing dice, having fun. It's like a destination demo game. Yeah, it's a destination demo event, if that makes sense. That's probably the best way to describe it. Instead of like a social event, think of it as like a destination demo event. The best part is on this particular ship, because it's a much older ship, they don't have a lot of the modern amusements that modern day cruise ships have that are like floating amusement parks where it's always like water parks, water slides, go-karts, none of that weird shit. This is like an old like ocean liner style thing. So everywhere you go, there's comfortable chairs and bars. I think there's like 10 or 12 bars on that ship, not counting like the crew bars. It's insane. Like every deck has at least 2 or 3 bars on it. Other than like your hab decks, like your habitation decks. So where we'll be playing at in the library, it's like, if I had to count, I think it's 20 steps aft to a bar, and that bar has been changed to a really fancy, really nice upscale cocktail bar. Like, they make super cool, high-end, like, very cool, crazy Instagram-worthy cocktails. Or I think it's like 30 steps, you know, forward to amidships. There's a bar there. That's like the main bar for the whole ship, and you get drinks super fast. And no one's driving anywhere because you're on a ship, so there should be plenty of access to tasty adult beverages. Oh, that's awesome, RK. Yeah, like I said, I like that. I like the cruise line's been really nice to me. That ship's really, really cool. I could go on and on as like a maritime nerd about what makes that ship so cool. But they're also really friendly towards veterans and military and first responders. And the neat thing about that is because they have such a good deal for those people, you know, that those are the majority of your passengers. So a lot of your passengers are teachers, veterans, law enforcement, firefighters, nurses. And then you have a lot of people from the Bahamas, because it's such an approachable price. A lot of people from the Bahamas basically just use that 2-day cruise ship as like a fast ferry to get from, you know, the Bahamas to Florida and back. So it's a very interesting, laid-back passenger manifest usually. And October is their off season as well, so it won't be very busy hopefully. Alright, let me start wrapping the stream up a little bit. So I fixed my the ones that I painted different colors. I settled on a paint scheme that I actually liked, going skin tone with blue eyes. And then we'll give them like camo cloaks probably or something. And then luckily we discovered that the cannon fodder bodies and heads work perfect be Siberian Terrors, and that you can take a blast gun from that same box and cut it down and make a very ghetto improv 2 prison rigged crude submachine gun. So pretty fun stream. We also gonna talk about the Type 94 Nambu pistol, which is kind of interesting as well. Good stream, fun stream, interesting stuff. Somebody asked questions about what's the best way to get started with the Imperial Japanese, so I got to talk about that for like 45 minutes. That was pretty neat as well. As far as what I'm working on my side, guys, I am working on the next Konflikt 47 lore video for the current edition. Again, this isn't V2 stuff, this is the second edition stuff, it's current edition. I think I'm going to start on the East Asian and Pacific Theater. Try and get that one out next. I'll probably go that one, Eastern Europe, and then Finland. It may go East Asia, Finland, and Eastern Europe just because Eastern Europe is long. It's a fucking long ass thing. So, that's gonna be a lot to do. Then once those are done, I'll go back to doing shorts on all the units that are in the starter boxes and then all the other Konflikt 47 units. And, that's really it. Yeah. We're getting closer and closer to Clash of the Caribbean, which I'm excited about. Me, Bad Rabbit, RK, and Doc Ginger. Plus that are +1s, so it'll be a fun event. We're super excited about it. But yeah, keep your eyes on the channel. I'm trying to put out more content. I know I took a long break from videos. It's just because I used Adobe Premiere, and there was a lot of students going through a photography class, so I wanted to give them access to my Adobe Premiere. And if I try and log in, it kicks one of them off, and I don't want them to like screw up their project. So I wait until they finish their terms for me to go back in and start using my Adobe Premiere again. But I should be streaming next weekend. There may be a slight alteration to the time, only because I think I gotta pick somebody up from an airport. But other than that, next weekend stream should be same bat time, same bat channel. We do it from 01 Eastern to 05 Eastern, Saturday and Sunday. My whole goal for this is to kind of be like the old school late night shows that are kind of like uncouth, uncut, and unsponsored. Very much like Space Ghost Coast to Coast. I try and get that old Toonami Midnight Run, Adult Swim kind of vibe. I really enjoy it. I think we have a lot of fun. We talk a lot about Konflikt 47. We talk a little bit about bolt action. Sometimes we'll go into like World War II history. Every now and then we swap some stories, so that's always kind of fun. Yeah, that's it for this weekend. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys next weekend. For those of you guys who are going to sleep, I hope you have a phenomenal sleep. I hope you don't dream of the Yellow King. Stay away from that theater, you know, even if the ticket price is good. For those of you guys going to work, I hope when you actually get there, they do a fire alarm the first thing and it's just a test and actually shaves off hopefully a nice 30 minutes off your work time and you still get paid. And as always, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, and don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Shipwrecked soldiers on Moto sand, Type 38 rifles in hand, hula gals with summer smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost parked by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights, sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude smoke, imperial dreams, fade and sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shrine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days, sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard